If your soul feels restless tonight, you are welcome here. You don't need to carry everything right now, not in this sacred moment. Just breathe gently and let the burdens of today begin to fall away. Here in this stillness, you are held. The Lord sees your weariness. He knows the questions that have been weighing on your heart, and He is nearer to you than the air you breathe. Let the chaos of the world grow distant, and let your spirit find shelter in His presence. I invite you to press the subscribe button right now. Do not see this as a mere technical step, but as a gesture of faith, a gentle whisper to the Lord, Lord, I open my heart. Come and protect my spirit and watch over my sleep. By choosing to walk with divine rest, you are allowing His word to envelop your room and soothe your mind every single night. Do not let tomorrow be another night of restless anxiety. Subscribe now. Let the love of Jesus heal your wounds and grant you the true rest you deserve tonight. Tonight, we step into the book of Daniel, a story of unshakable peace for anyone who feels overwhelmed by the chaos of the changing world around them. If you have been lying awake, anxious about an uncertain future, or feeling the pressure to compromise who you are just to survive, this book is meant for you. Daniel speaks to the heart that feels out of place, gently reminding us that even when we are thrown into the lion's den of life's worries, we are never truly abandoned. It opens in a land far from home, where the demands of the world are loud, confusing, and relentless. Yet, Daniel shows us that true strength is not found in fighting back with force, but in a quiet, steadfast trust. As you listen tonight, allow this story to close the mouths of the lions, those roaring fears and racing thoughts that disturb your rest. In the safety of His presence, God turns the den of anxiety into a sanctuary of sleep, proving that He holds your tomorrow so you can rest fully today. Breathe slowly with me now, beloved. Let each breath be gentle and unhurried, like the soft rhythm of waves against a quiet shore. We are about to meet a young man who finds himself in a place he never chose to be, surrounded by voices telling him to become someone he never wanted to become. And in his story, we will discover what it looks like to remain faithful, not with loud protests or dramatic stands, but with quiet decisions made in the secret places of the heart. Decisions that no one may notice at first, but that God sees and honors. In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem and besieged it. And the Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand, with some of the vessels of the house of God. And he brought them to the land of Shinar, to the house of his God, and placed the vessels in the treasury of his God. Everything familiar begins to slip away, dear friend, like water flowing gently through open fingers. The city where Daniel grew up, the temple where he learned to pray, the home where his family gathered, all of it becoming memory, becoming distance, becoming the past tense of a life that will never be the same. The sacred vessels, those beautiful objects crafted with such care for worship, are carried far away to rest in a stranger's treasury, to serve purposes they were never meant for. And along with these vessels, young people are chosen, teenagers with bright futures and hopeful hearts, now separated from everything they love to be shaped into something new, something foreign, something that feels like losing themselves. Then the king commanded Ashpenaz, his chief eunuch, to bring some of the people of Israel, both of the royal family and of the nobility, youths without blemish, of good appearance and skillful in all wisdom, endowed with knowledge, understanding learning, and competent to stand in the king's palace, and to teach them the literature and language of the Chaldeans. Can you feel with me, beloved, what this must have been like to be noticed for your gifts, but in a way that feels more like being claimed than celebrated? To be chosen not as blessing, but as exile, selected for qualities you cultivated in one kingdom, only to have them repurposed for another. These young men carry wisdom learned at home, understanding shaped by faith, knowledge rooted in worship of the living God. And now all of this, their brightness, their promise, their very selves will be enrolled in a long process designed to reshape them, to teach them new languages and new stories, to fill their minds with Babylon's wisdom until Jerusalem becomes just a faint echo in their hearts. The king assigned them a daily portion of the food that the king ate and of the wine that he drank. They were to be educated for 3 years, and at the end of that time, they were to stand before the king. There is generosity here, dear friend, but it comes with invisible strings attached. The finest food from the royal table, the richest wine from the king's own cup, education in all the wisdom that Babylon treasures. It all sounds like honor, like privilege, like opportunity. And perhaps in some ways it is. But beneath the gift lies the quiet expectation. Accept our food, drink our wine, learn our ways, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, become one of us. Let the flavors of our table replace the tastes of home. Let our language become more natural than your mother tongue. Let our stories feel more true than the ones your grandmother told you. Among these were Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah of the tribe of Judah. And the chief of the eunuchs gave them names. Daniel he called Belteshazzar. Hananiah he called Shadrach. Mishael he called Meshach. And Azariah he called Abednego. Even their names are gently taken from them. Beloved, like leaves falling softly from autumn trees. Daniel, whose name whispers, "God is my judge," is given a new name that honors Bel, a god he has never worshipped. Hananiah, which means Yahweh is gracious, becomes Shadrach. Mishael, who is like God, becomes Meshach. Azariah, Yahweh has helped, becomes Abednego. New sounds to answer to, new identities written over old ones like palimpsest. The original still there underneath, but harder to see with each passing day. Everything about who they are is being lovingly, patiently, systematically reshaped into who Babylon needs them to be. And here, in the midst of all this gentle but relentless pressure, Daniel makes a quiet choice. Not a rebellion, not a protest, just a small decision in the privacy of his own heart. But Daniel resolved that he would not defile himself with the king's food or with the wine that he drank. Therefore he asked the chief of the eunuchs to allow him not to defile himself. He resolved, "Dear one, in the hidden place where only God could see, where no one was watching or judging or keeping score," Daniel made a decision. The food and wine, probably offered first to Babylon's gods, would make him ceremonially unclean according to the laws he learned as a child, the laws his mother taught him, the laws that connect him to a God who feels very far away right now. And Daniel, who has already lost so much: his home, his family, even his name, decides that in this one small thing, he will stay true, not because it will change his circumstances, not because anyone will notice or care, but simply because, in his heart, this is who he is. This is the line he will not cross, even when crossing it would be so easy, so understandable, so invisible to everyone but God. Notice the gentleness of how he does this. Beloved. Therefore, he asked the chief of the eunuchs to allow him not to defile himself. He asks, with respect, with kindness, without making anyone wrong or demanding his rights or creating a scene that would embarrass his captors. He simply, quietly, hopefully asks if there might be another way. If perhaps he could eat vegetables and drink water instead. No drama, no judgment. Just a gentle request from a young man trying to honor God in the one small area where he still has choice. And God gave Daniel favor and compassion in the sight of the chief of the eunuchs. Before the official even answers, "Beloved," before Daniel knows whether his request will be honored or denied, Scripture tells us something beautiful. God is already at work, already softening hearts, already preparing favor. Daniel's quiet faithfulness, this small decision that no one else may ever know about, has caught God's attention, and God is already moving on his behalf. And the chief of the eunuchs said to Daniel, "I fear my lord the king, who assigned your food and your drink, for why should he see that you were in worse condition than the youths who are of your own age, so you would endanger my head with the king?" The official is worried, and we can understand why. He has been given responsibility for these young men. If they appear unhealthy, if they seem less vigorous than the others, he will be held accountable. His own life could be in danger. It is not cruelty that makes him hesitate, it is fear. And Daniel, with that same gentle wisdom, that same patient trust, offers a solution that protects everyone. Then Daniel said to the steward whom the chief of the eunuchs had assigned over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, test your servants for 10 days. Let us be given vegetables to eat and water to drink. Then let our appearance and the appearance of the youths who eat the king's food be observed by you, and deal with your servants according to what you see. Just test us, he says softly. 10 days, vegetables and water. Then look at us. Really look and make your decision based on what you see, not on what you fear. This is not demanding his own way. This is not insisting God must perform a miracle. This is simply making space for faithfulness, creating a small opening where trust can grow, offering God room to work if he chooses to honor this quiet obedience. So he listened to them in this matter and tested them for 10 days. At the end of 10 days, it was seen that they were better in appearance and fatter in flesh than all the youths who ate the king's food. So the steward took away their food and the wine they were to drink, and gave them vegetables. And God, in his tenderness, honors this small act of faith. Not by removing them from exile, they are still in Babylon. Not by sending them home, Jerusalem is still far away. Not by changing their circumstances in dramatic ways, but by sustaining them right where they are, by nourishing them with simple food blessed by obedience, by proving gently, quietly, that his ways work even in foreign lands, that faithfulness to him never leaves us diminished, but always, somehow, makes us more fully ourselves. As for these 4 youths, God gave them learning and skill in all literature and wisdom, and Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. The gift comes from God, beloved, the very thing Babylon's education was meant to provide. God gives in his own way, through their faithfulness, through their gentle refusal to let go of who they are. They learn Babylon's wisdom. Yes, but they learn it as men who have not forgotten Jerusalem, as exiles who still pray toward home, as young people who discovered that holding on to God's ways does not make you less, but somehow, mysteriously, makes you more. At the end of the time, when the king had commanded that they should be brought in, the chief of the eunuchs brought them in before Nebuchadnezzar. And the king spoke with them, and among all of them none was found like Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Therefore they stood before the king, and in every matter of wisdom and understanding about which the king inquired of them, he found them 10 times better than all the magicians and enchanters that were in all his kingdom. 10 times better, dear friend. Their quiet faithfulness, their gentle refusal to defile themselves, their trust that God's ways would sustain them even in exile, all of this bore fruit far beyond what they could have imagined. Excellence flows from obedience. Wisdom grows in the soil of trust. And the young men who chose vegetables over the king's delicacies found themselves equipped with understanding that surpassed everyone who had feasted at the royal table. And here, beloved, as your breathing continues its slow, peaceful rhythm, let this speak healing into the exile you may be living right now. Perhaps you too find yourself far from home, surrounded by values that feel foreign, pressured constantly to adapt in ways that would require you to let go of who you truly are. Perhaps your workplace, your culture, your relationships all seem to whisper the same message, blend in. Let go. Compromise just a little. No one will even notice. And you are tired, dear friend. So tired of being different. Tired of the small battles no one sees. Tired of choosing the vegetables when everyone else is feasting. Tired of opening your window to pray when it would be easier to close it. Tired of holding on to something that feels increasingly impossible to maintain. But listen to what Daniel's story whispers tonight. Faithfulness is not loud. It is not dramatic. It is not about grand gestures that everyone applauds. It is about quiet decisions made in the hidden places of your heart. Small choices to honor God when no one is watching. Gentle refusals to compromise in areas that might seem insignificant to others, but matter deeply to you and to Him. And God sees, beloved, every small choice, every quiet moment of remaining true, every gentle no to what would defile you, even when yes would be so much easier. He sees, He honors, He provides, not always by removing you from exile, but by sustaining you within it, by proving that His ways work even in Babylon, by making you 10 times better, not despite your faithfulness, but because of it. You do not have to make a scene, dear one. You do not have to protest loudly or fight dramatically. You simply have to resolve quietly in your heart, as Daniel did, that in this area you will not let go. And then trust, with that same gentle confidence, that the God who sustained Daniel with vegetables will sustain you with whatever simple provisions He offers. And that one day, perhaps sooner than you think, you will look back and see that your quiet faithfulness bore fruit far beyond anything you could have imagined. Let your shoulders drop even lower now. Dear friend, feel the gentle easing of tension, like ice melting softly under the first warm light of spring. Daniel has proven himself faithful in the small, hidden choices, and now God is about to use him in something much larger. Something that will reveal not just Daniel's wisdom, but the beautiful truth about who really reigns over all the powers that seem so mighty and permanent. In the 2nd year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar had dreams. His spirit was troubled, and his sleep left him. The most powerful man in the known world cannot rest. Beloved, he has armies and wealth and the ability to command anything he desires. But sleep, that gentle gift that comes to the humble and the weary, eludes him. His spirit is troubled by dreams he cannot understand, visions that linger when he wakes, questions that wealth cannot answer and power cannot silence. Then the king commanded that the magicians, the enchanters, the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans be summoned to tell the king his dreams. So they came in and stood before the king, and the king said to them, I had a dream, and my spirit is troubled to know the dream. The wise men respond as anyone would. Then the Chaldeans said to the king in Aramaic, O king, live forever. Tell your servants the dream, and we will show the interpretation. Just tell us what you dreamed, and we will explain what it means. This is how it has always worked. This is reasonable, normal, expected. But Nebuchadnezzar, troubled and perhaps suspicious, makes a demand that reveals both his fear and his absolute power. The king answered and said to the Chaldeans, The word from me is firm, if you do not make known to me the dream and its interpretation. You shall be torn limb from limb, and your houses shall be laid in ruins. But if you show the dream and its interpretation, you shall receive from me gifts and rewards and great honor. Therefore, show me the dream and its interpretation. Tell me both the dream I had and what it means, or you will die. The wise men tried gently to reason with him. They answered a second time and said, Let the king tell his servants the dream, and we will show its interpretation. The king answered and said, I know with certainty that you are trying to gain time, because you see that the word from me is firm. He will not be moved, will not relent. And the wise men, with a kind of desperate honesty, admit what everyone knows, but no one wants to say. The Chaldeans answered the king and said, There is not a man on earth who can meet the king's demand. For no great and powerful king has asked such a thing of any magician or enchanter or Chaldean. The thing that the king asks is difficult, and no one can show it to the king except the gods, whose dwelling is not with flesh. What you are asking, mighty king, is beyond human ability. Only the gods could do this, and they do not dwell with us? It is an honest answer, beloved, but Nebuchadnezzar, enraged by their admission of helplessness, issues a terrible decree. Because of this, the king was angry and very furious, and commanded that all the wise men of Babylon be destroyed. So the decree went out, and the wise men were about to be killed, and they sought Daniel and his companions to kill them. Daniel and his friends, who were not even present for this conversation, who had no opportunity to try and fail, are swept up in the king's rage simply because they are now counted among Babylon's wise men. The executioner comes for them, and in this moment of crisis, watch how Daniel responds. Then Daniel replied with prudence and discretion to Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, who had gone out to kill the wise men of Babylon. He declared to Arioch, the king's captain, "Why is the decree of the king so urgent?" Then Arioch made the matter known to Daniel, even facing death, beloved, even caught in a storm not of his making. Daniel speaks with prudence and discretion, not panic, not accusation, not despair, just calm, gentle questions seeking to understand. And when he learns what has happened, he does something that might seem foolish, but flows from deep trust. And Daniel went in and requested the king to appoint him a time that he might show the interpretation to the king. He asks for time, dear friend, not because he already knows the answer, not because he has some hidden wisdom tucked away, but simply because he trusts that the God who sustained him with vegetables can reveal mysteries that human wisdom cannot touch. He asks for time to pray. Then Daniel went to his house and made the matter known to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, his companions, and told them to seek mercy from the God of heaven concerning this mystery, so that Daniel and his companions might not be destroyed with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. He gathers his friends, these other young men who also chose faithfulness in small things, who also refused to defile themselves, who also remembered Jerusalem even while living in Babylon. And together, in the privacy of Daniel's house, they pray, not to the king, not to any earthly power or human wisdom, to the God of heaven, who knows all mysteries, who holds all secrets, who can do what is impossible for mortals. Then the mystery was revealed to Daniel in a vision of the night. In the darkness, beloved, when all human effort has failed, when death has been decreed and time is running out, God speaks. The mystery is revealed. Not because Daniel is clever or worthy or powerful, but simply because God is gracious, because he hears the prayers of those who trust him, because he delights in showing his power through the weak and the faithful. And Daniel's first response, not to rush to the king, not to save himself immediately, but to worship. Then Daniel blessed the God of heaven. Daniel answered and said, Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, to whom belong wisdom and might. He changes times and seasons. He removes kings and sets up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. He reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what is in the darkness, and the light dwells with him. Listen to the beauty of Daniel's theology. Dear friend, wisdom and might belong to God. He changes times and seasons with the gentleness of one turning pages. He removes kings and sets up kings with the same ease that gardeners transplant flowers. No earthly power is permanent. No ruler reigns except by God's gracious permission. No kingdom lasts forever. All rise and fall according to rhythms set by heaven. All serve purposes larger than they know. To you, O God of my fathers, I give thanks and praise, for you have given me wisdom and might, and have now made known to me what we asked of you. For you have made known to us the king's matter. When Daniel stands before the king, he makes sure Nebuchadnezzar understands where this wisdom comes from. Daniel answered the king and said, "No wise men, enchanters, magicians, or astrologers can show to the king the mystery that the king has asked. But there is a God in heaven who reveals mysteries, and he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what will be in the latter days. There is a God in heaven, beloved, not distant, uncaring gods who dwell apart from humanity, but a God, singular and sovereign, who reveals mysteries, who makes the future known, who is involved intimately in the affairs of earth, even while reigning from heaven. And this God has chosen to answer the prayers of 4 young men in exile, to reveal to them what all of Babylon's wisdom could not discover. The dream itself is about a great statue, magnificent and terrible, head of gold, chest and arms of silver, middle and thighs of bronze, legs of iron, feet partly iron and partly clay, and a stone, cut without human hands, that strikes the statue's feet and causes everything to crumble to dust. And then the stone grows, becoming a mountain that fills the whole earth. Daniel explains gently what this means. The statue represents kingdoms, empires that rise and fall like waves on an endless shore. Babylon is the golden head, magnificent now but temporary. Other kingdoms will follow, each in turn, each with its season of glory before fading. The feet of iron and clay represent a kingdom divided, strong in some ways but fragile in others, unable to hold together under pressure. And the stone cut without human hands. And in the days of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom that shall never be destroyed, nor shall the kingdom be left to another people. It shall break in pieces all these kingdoms and bring them to an end, and it shall stand forever. A kingdom that shall never be destroyed. Beloved, not built by conquest or maintained by force, not established through human wisdom or sustained by earthly power. A kingdom set up by God Himself, growing quietly like a mustard seed, spreading gently like leaven, filling the earth not with noise, but with presence, not through violence, but through transformation. And this kingdom, unlike every earthly empire with its golden head and clay feet, will stand forever. And here, dear friend, as your breathing deepens and your body begins to settle toward sleep, let this truth wash over every worried place in your soul. Every power that troubles you tonight is temporary. Every empire that seems so solid, so permanent, so unchangeable, it will pass like morning mist when the sun rises. Babylon seemed eternal to those who lived under it, but it fell. Every kingdom since has done the same. All the powers you fear, all the systems that oppress, all the rulers who seem unstoppable, they are statues with feet of clay. Magnificent perhaps, but fragile, destined to crumble when the stone strikes. But the kingdom of God, this quiet reign that begins in hearts and spreads through faithfulness, through prayers prayed in the night, through young men who choose vegetables over compromise, through mercy shown and mysteries revealed, this kingdom grows forever. It fills the earth not through force, but through love. It overcomes not by destroying enemies, but by transforming them into friends. And it will outlast every empire, will remain when all earthly glory has turned to dust. So rest tonight, precious child, knowing that your faithfulness, however small it seems, is part of something eternal. Every time you choose not to defile yourself, every prayer you whisper in the night, every gentle refusal to compromise, these are stones being added to a kingdom that will never fall. The powers that trouble you are temporary. The God who sustains you is forever. And you, beloved exile, you who remain faithful in Babylon while keeping your heart turned toward Jerusalem, you are part of what will last when everything else has passed away. Sleep in that truth, rest in that hope, and wake tomorrow knowing that no matter how mighty the statue looks, no matter how solid the empire seems, the stone is already rolling, the kingdom is already growing, and one day, sooner than the powers think, it will fill the whole earth with glory. Amen. King Nebuchadnezzar made an image of gold, whose height was 60 cubits and its breadth 6 cubits. He set it up on the plain of Dura, in the province of Babylon. The king builds something magnificent, towering, impossible to ignore, 60 cubits high, reaching toward heaven, gleaming in the sun like a second sunrise, gold from top to bottom, massive and beautiful and utterly empty of anything divine, just metal shaped by human hands, given meaning only by royal decree. Then King Nebuchadnezzar sent to gather the satraps, the prefects, and the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the justices, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image that King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Everyone who is anyone receives a summons. Every official, every leader, every person of influence in the vast Babylonian Empire is called to attend this dedication, and among them, 3 young Jewish men who have risen through faithful service, who have excelled in their positions, who are now counted among the wise men of the kingdom: Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, the Babylonian names given to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. And the herald proclaimed aloud, "You are commanded, O peoples, nations, and languages, that when you hear the sound of the horn, pipe, lyre, trigon, harp, bagpipe, and every kind of music, you are to fall down and worship the golden image that King Nebuchadnezzar has set up. And whoever does not fall down and worship shall immediately be cast into a burning fiery furnace." The command is clear. Beloved, when the music plays, everyone bows. No exceptions. No excuses. The consequence for refusal is immediate and terrible death by fire. And notice that this is not presented as optional worship, as one choice among many. It is commanded: fall down when the music plays, or burn. Therefore, as soon as all the peoples heard the sound of the horn, pipe, lyre, trigon, harp, bagpipe, and every kind of music, all the peoples, nations, and languages fell down and worshipped the golden image that King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. The music begins, and like a field of grain bending before the wind, everyone bows, thousands upon thousands, all falling to their knees in perfect unison, all facing the golden statue, all obeying without question, because the alternative is too terrible to contemplate. Can you imagine it? Dear friend, the silence after the music starts, broken only by the rustling of clothing as everyone prostrates themselves. The collective surrender of an entire empire to this single demand. But 3 men remain standing, not defiantly, not making a show of their refusal, simply standing, quietly, while everyone around them falls. And of course, this cannot go unnoticed. Therefore, at that time, certain Chaldeans came forward and maliciously accused the Jews. They declared to King Nebuchadnezzar, "O king, live forever you, O king, have made a decree that every man who hears the sound of the horn, pipe, lyre, trigon, harp, bagpipe, and every kind of music shall fall down and worship the golden image. And whoever does not fall down and worship shall be cast into a burning fiery furnace. There are certain Jews whom you have appointed over the affairs of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, pay no attention to you. They do not serve your gods or worship the golden image that you have set up. The accusation is delivered with barely concealed contempt. These Jews, these foreigners you promoted, these men you trusted with responsibility, they are refusing to obey you. They stand while everyone else bows. They dishonor you in front of the entire kingdom. The message is clear: they must be punished. The decree must be enforced. Fire must have its victims. Then Nebuchadnezzar, in furious rage, commanded that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego be brought. So they brought these men before the king. Imagine this moment. Beloved, 3 young men, probably in their early 20s, standing before the most powerful ruler on earth, who is now furious, whose rage is a force that can end lives with a word. And yet, listen to the grace woven into what happens next. Nebuchadnezzar answered and said to them, "Is it true, O Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that you do not serve my gods or worship the golden image that I have set up? Now, if you are ready, when you hear the sound of the horn, pipe, lyre, trigon, harp, bagpipe, and every kind of music, to fall down and worship the image that I have made, well and good. But if you do not worship, you shall immediately be cast into a burning fiery furnace. And who is the God who will deliver you out of my hands?" The king gives them a second chance. Beloved, he could have executed them immediately for their first refusal. But instead, he offers them another opportunity. Perhaps you did not understand. Perhaps you were confused. Perhaps you need one more moment to reconsider. When you hear the music again, bow down, and all will be forgiven. Well and good. But if you refuse again, the furnace awaits. And then comes his challenge. The question that reveals what he believes about power and gods and deliverance. Who is the God who will deliver you out of my hands? And here, dear friend, here is where we witness faith at its most beautiful and most terrifying. The 3 young men do not ask for time to think. They do not negotiate or try to find a compromise. They answer immediately, with a clarity that can only come from hearts that have already decided, long before this moment, who they belong to. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, "O Nebuchadnezzar, we have no need to answer you in this matter. If this be so, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us out of your hand, O king." Our God is able to deliver us. Notice the confidence. Beloved, not arrogance, but settled trust. We know who He is. We know what He can do. He is able to save us from this fire. He is able to deliver us from your hand. We believe this absolutely, without question, without doubt. But then comes the statement that takes my breath away every time I hear it. The words that define what genuine faith looks like when it stands in the presence of fire. But if not, be it known to you, O King, that we will not serve your gods or worship the golden image that you have set up. But if not, these three words change everything. Beloved, if God chooses not to deliver us, if He allows the fire to consume us, if we walk into those flames and never walk out, even then listen carefully to this, even then we will not bow. Our faithfulness to God is not conditional on His rescuing us. Our obedience is not dependent on miracles. Our worship is not a transaction where we serve Him only if He saves us. We will not serve your gods, they say quietly but firmly. We will not bow to your image, not because we are guaranteed deliverance, not because we know how this will end, but simply because this is who we are. This is who our God is. And we cannot betray that, not even to save our lives. And here, dear friend, as your breathing continues its slow, peaceful rhythm, let me speak tenderly to whatever fire you may be facing tonight. Whatever impossible choice lies before you, whatever situation demands that you either compromise or suffer. These three young men teach us something that our hearts desperately need to understand about the nature of real faith. Faith is not believing that God will always rescue you. Faith is trusting God even when He does not. Faith is not demanding a miracle before you obey. Faith is obeying and trusting God with the outcome, whatever that outcome might be. These young men do not know they will survive the furnace. They do not have a promise of deliverance tucked in their pocket. They simply have conviction about who God is and who they are. And that conviction holds them steady even when fire is the consequence of obedience. You may be facing your own furnace right now. Beloved, a choice between compromise and suffering. A situation where doing the right thing might cost you everything. A moment when everyone around you is bowing and the voice in your head whispers that you should bow too, that standing alone is foolish, that surely God does not expect you to lose your job, your reputation, your security, your relationships over this one thing. But listen to what these three young men are teaching you tonight. Your faith is not meant to manipulate God into rescuing you. Your obedience is not a lever you pull to force His hand. Your worship is not currency you spend to purchase protection. Real faith says, God is able to deliver me. I believe that absolutely. But even if he chooses not to, even if the fire consumes me, even if I do not walk out of this alive, I will not bow to what is false. I will not worship what is empty. I will remain true to who I am and who He is, regardless of the cost. This is not easy faith. Dear one, this is not comfortable trust. This is faith refined in fire, trust tested by terror, obedience offered without guarantees, and God honors it. Not always by preventing the fire, but always by walking through it with those who refuse to bow. Let your shoulders drop even lower now. Beloved, feel the gentle release of any tension you have been holding, like snow melting softly under the tender warmth of morning sun. The three young men have given their answer. They will not bow. And now we will witness what happens when faithfulness meets fire, when trust walks into flames, when God shows up not to prevent suffering, but to enter into it with those He loves. Then Nebuchadnezzar was filled with fury, and the expression of his face was changed against Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. He ordered the furnace heated 7 times more than it was usually heated, 7 times hotter. Beloved, not just punishment, but rage made visible. Fury translated into flame. The king who gave them a second chance now commands that the fire be intensified beyond anything normal, beyond what is necessary, beyond mercy. And he ordered some of the mighty men of his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and to cast them into the burning fiery furnace. Then these men were bound in their cloaks, their tunics, their hats, and their other garments, and they were thrown into the burning fiery furnace. They are not even given time to remove their clothing. Dear friend, fully dressed, bound tightly, they are lifted and thrown into flames so hot that the very act of approaching close enough to cast them in proves fatal to those who throw them. Because the king's order was urgent and the furnace overheated, the flame of the fire killed those men who took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. The executioners die from the heat. The fire is that intense, that consuming, that deadly, and into this inferno, bound and helpless, fall 3 young men whose only crime was refusing to bow, whose only offense was remaining true. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell bound into the burning fiery furnace. They fall into fire that killed strong soldiers just from proximity. They fall bound, unable to save themselves, unable to escape. They fall trusting that even if God does not deliver them, He is still good, still worthy, still God. Then King Nebuchadnezzar was astonished and rose up in haste. He declared to his counselors, "Did we not cast 3 men bound into the fire?" They answered and said to the king, "True, O king." The king expects to see 3 bodies consumed, 3 lives ended, 3 examples made of those who dare defy his decree. But what he sees instead stops his breath, changes his fury to wonder, transforms this moment from execution to revelation. He answered and said, "But I see 4 men unbound, walking in the midst of the fire, and they are not hurt, and the appearance of the 4th is like a son of the gods." 4 men, beloved, not 3, 4, and they are unbound, walking freely in the flames, walking, not writhing, not screaming, not burning. And the 4th figure, the one who was not thrown in, the one who appeared from nowhere, looks like a son of the gods. Nebuchadnezzar does not know what to call him, does not understand who he is, but he knows this is no ordinary man. This is presence divine. This is someone from beyond the human realm walking in flames that kill humans with their mere proximity. Let your breathing slow even more now, dear friend, as we pause here in this moment. The 3 young men refused to bow, trusting that God was able to deliver them, but willing to burn if he chose otherwise. They did not demand a miracle. They did not negotiate for rescue. They simply stood firm and accepted whatever came. And what came was not deliverance from the fire, but presence in the fire. Not rescue from suffering, but companionship within it. God did not stop the furnace from being heated. He did not prevent them from being thrown in. He did not spare them the terror of falling into flames, but he did not let them burn alone. He met them in the fire. He walked with them in the furnace. He transformed the place of execution into the place of encounter. The flames that were meant to destroy into the fire that revealed his presence. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the door of the burning fiery furnace. He declared, "Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, servants of the Most High God, come out and come here." Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came out from the midst of the fire. They walk out, beloved, not carried, not rescued by others. They walk out on their own feet, unhurried, unharmed, accompanied by the one who met them in the flames. And when they emerge, when everyone gathers around to see what impossible thing has happened, the evidence of God's protection is overwhelming. And the satraps, the prefects, the governors, and the king's counselors gathered together and saw that the fire had not had any power over the bodies of those men. The hair of their heads was not singed, their cloaks were not harmed, and no smell of fire had come upon them, not even the smell of smoke. Dear friend, The fire that killed soldiers from a distance did not singe a single hair on their heads. Their clothing, which should have burned first and fastest, remained intact. Even the smell of fire, that pervasive scent that clings to anything that comes near flames, was absent from them. They walked through the furnace and emerged as if they had walked through cool air, as if fire had no power over them, as if the flames were nothing but shadows that their faith passed through untouched. And here, beloved, as your body begins to settle deeper into rest, let this truth wash over every place in your heart that is afraid of the fire you might have to walk through. The 3 young men did not know they would survive. They did not have this promise in advance. They walked into flames, trusting that even if they burned, God would still be good, still be worthy, still be God. But God, in His tender mercy, did not just allow them to die with faith intact. He met them in the fire. He walked with them in the furnace. He turned the place of terror into a place of encounter, the flames into a threshold where earth met heaven, where human faithfulness met divine presence. You are not alone in your fire. Dear one, whatever furnace you are walking through right now, whatever flames are surrounding you, whatever heat is pressing in from every side, you are not alone. There is a 4th person in the fire with you. There is one walking beside you who cannot be burned, who will not be driven away by any intensity of flame, who meets you in the very place where you feel most abandoned and afraid. The fire may be real, the heat may be intense, the danger may be genuine, but you will not burn alone. You will not walk through flames without companionship. You will not face the furnace without the presence of the one who loves you more than you can imagine, who enters into your suffering rather than watching it from a distance, who proves His faithfulness not by removing all fire, but by walking through it with you until you emerge on the other side, unsinged, unharmed, without even the smell of smoke upon you. Now let your body become completely still. Dear friend, let every muscle soften and release. We have witnessed the impossible made real, the faithful preserved in fire, the King of Heaven meeting 3 young men in the furnace. And now we see the aftermath, the response, the way God's quiet faithfulness to those who trust Him becomes a testimony that echoes far beyond their individual lives. Nebuchadnezzar answered and said, "Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent His angel and delivered His servants, who trusted in Him, and set aside the king's command, and yielded up their bodies rather than serve and worship any god except their own God. The king who commanded worship of his golden image now blesses the God who delivered those who refused to bow. The ruler who threatened death by fire now praises the one who walked through fire with his servants. Nebuchadnezzar sees what happened and understands, at least partially, what he has witnessed. These three young men trusted their God. They set aside the king's command. They were willing to yield up their bodies, to die rather than worship falsely. And their God honored that trust by delivering them in a way no one could explain, by sending his angel, by proving himself worthy of their faith. Therefore I make a decree: any people, nation, or language that speaks anything against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be torn limb from limb, and their houses laid in ruins. For there is no other God who is able to deliver in this way. The king goes further. Beloved, he issues a new decree protecting the very faith he recently threatened to destroy. Anyone who speaks against this God will face the same consequence he threatened to those who would not worship his image. It is still a decree born of power rather than true understanding, still a royal command rather than heart transformation. But it is a step, a recognition that something beyond human explanation has occurred, that this God is real and powerful in ways Babylon's gods are not. Then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. Not only are they preserved in fire, not only do they emerge unharmed, but they are promoted. The faith that could have cost them everything instead elevates them. The obedience that seemed likely to end in death instead results in greater authority and influence. God honors their trust, not just by walking with them through fire, but by blessing them on the other side of it. And here, beloved, as sleep draws near, as your eyes grow heavy and your thoughts begin to soften, let this ending speak peace into your weary soul. The three young men did not know this would happen. When they refused to bow, when they said, "But if not, we will still not worship your gods," they did not know they would survive. They did not know God would meet them in the fire. They did not know they would emerge unharmed, or that the king would bless their God, or that they would be promoted. All they knew was that their God was worthy of their faithfulness, regardless of the outcome. All they could see was the choice before them: bow or burn. And they chose to trust God without guarantees, to obey without knowing the ending, to remain faithful even if it cost them everything. And God, in his tenderness, did not just honor their faith with survival. He met them in the fire. He walked with them through flames. He brought them out unsinged. He turned their obedience into testimony. He transformed their willingness to die into a witness that changed a kingdom. Their quiet faith, their gentle but firm refusal to bow, their trust without demands for miracles, became the very means by which God's glory was revealed to an empire. This is what faith does. Dear one, not faith that demands miracles before it will obey. not faith that negotiates for guarantees before it will trust, but faith that says, God is able, and even if He chooses not to deliver me, I will still be faithful. This kind of faith creates space for God to work in ways that exceed anything we could ask or imagine. This kind of trust opens doors for glory to be revealed that would remain closed if we insisted on knowing the ending before taking the first step. You may be facing your own choice between bowing and burning right now. You may be standing at the edge of your own furnace, wondering if faithfulness is worth the cost, questioning whether God will really show up, fearing that if you refuse to compromise, you will be consumed. And I cannot promise you that the fire will not be hot. I cannot guarantee that you will not suffer. I cannot assure you that obedience will immediately result in promotion and blessing. But I can tell you this, beloved, and I tell it to you with all the tenderness of a father speaking to a frightened child, you will not walk through the fire alone. If you choose faithfulness, if you refuse to bow to what is false, if you trust God, even without guarantees of rescue, He will meet you in the flames. He will walk with you through the furnace. He will be the fourth person in your fire, the presence that sustains you, the companionship that makes the unbearable bearable. And when you emerge, whenever and however that happens, you will carry no smell of smoke. The fire will have no power over you because the one who walked with you through it is stronger than any flame, more powerful than any furnace, more faithful than any earthly power is cruel. Your quiet obedience, your gentle refusal to compromise, your trust without demands for miracles will become a testimony that blesses others, that reveals God's glory, that opens eyes to see that there is a God who walks through fire with those who will not bow. So rest now, dear child. Sleep in the assurance that the same God who met 3 young men in a furnace in ancient Babylon is meeting you in your fire tonight. You are not alone. You have never been alone. And you will not be alone tomorrow when you face whatever flames await. The fourth person is already there, already waiting, already prepared to walk with you through anything, to bring you out unharmed, to turn your faithfulness into a testimony that echoes far beyond what you can see. Sleep now. You are held. You are loved. You are not walking into fire alone. Amen. What we are about to hear is unique in all of Scripture, dear friend, because these are words written by Nebuchadnezzar himself, the mighty king of Babylon, the man who conquered Jerusalem and built the golden statue and threw 3 faithful men into fire. And now, after everything he has witnessed, after all God has shown him, he sits down to tell his own story, to confess what happened to him, to testify to the greatness of the God he once did not know. King Nebuchadnezzar, to all peoples, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth, peace be multiplied to you. It has seemed good to me to show the signs and wonders that the Most High God has done for me. How great are His signs! How mighty His wonders! His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and His dominion endures from generation to generation. Can you hear the wonder in His voice? Beloved, these are not the words of a conquered man speaking bitterly. These are the words of a transformed heart testifying joyfully. He begins not with his own story, but with praise, not with excuses, but with worship. The Most High God has done signs and wonders for him, not to him, but for him. What looked like judgment was actually mercy. What felt like destruction was actually salvation. I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at ease in my house and prospering in my palace. Everything is going well. The empire is secure. The palace is comfortable. Life is prosperous and peaceful. And here, dear friend, here is the dangerous place where the soul can begin to forget that every good thing comes from above, where the heart can slowly shift from gratitude to entitlement, from worship to self-congratulation. I saw a dream that made me afraid. As I lay in bed, the fancies and visions of my head alarmed me. God speaks through a dream again. But something is different now. The message is personal, directed not at kingdoms yet to come, but at the king himself. Nebuchadnezzar summons all his wise men, his magicians and enchanters and Chaldeans, and he tells them what he saw. But they cannot interpret it. Once again, human wisdom fails where divine revelation is needed. At last, Daniel came in before me, he who was named Belteshazzar after the name of my God, and in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. I told him the dream. The king still does not fully understand. He thinks Daniel has the spirit of the gods, plural, not recognizing that what empowers Daniel is the one true God. But he knows Daniel can interpret dreams that others cannot touch. And Daniel listens as the king describes what he saw. I saw, and behold, a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great. The tree grew and became strong, and its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. Its leaves were beautiful, and its fruit abundant. And in it was food for all, for the beasts of the field found shade under it, and the birds of the heavens lived in its branches, and all flesh was fed from it. Imagine a tree like that, beloved, reaching to heaven, visible to all the earth, beautiful leaves spreading wide, fruit hanging abundant, providing food and shelter for every creature. Glory and strength and provision all wrapped into one magnificent image. Power that benefits not just itself, but everything around it. And surely as Nebuchadnezzar dreams, seeing such majesty. He feels pride stirring, feels satisfaction at such a symbol of strength and fruitfulness. But then something changes in the vision. I saw in the visions of my head as I lay in bed, and behold, a watcher, a holy one, came down from heaven. He proclaimed aloud and said thus, "Chop down the tree and lop off its branches, strip off its leaves and scatter its fruit. Let the beasts flee from under it and the birds from its branches, but leave the stump of its roots in the earth, bound with a band of iron and bronze, amid the tender grass of the field. Let him be wet with the dew of heaven. Let his portion be with the beasts in the grass of the earth. Let his mind be changed from a man's, and let a beast's mind be given to him, and let 7 periods of time pass over him. The great tree is cut down, beloved, not uprooted, notice carefully, but cut down to a stump, and that stump, bound with metal, remains in the ground. The imagery shifts from tree to person, from it to him. Let his mind be changed. Let him live with the beasts. Let 7 periods of time pass. Not permanent destruction, but temporary transformation. Not death, but discipline. Not the end, but a season of humbling before restoration. This is the interpretation, O King, Daniel says, and we can hear the reluctance in his voice, the grief at having to speak such hard words to the king he serves. It is a decree of the Most High, which has come upon my lord the king, that you shall be driven from among men, and your dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. You shall be made to eat grass like an ox, and you shall be wet with the dew of heaven, and 7 periods of time shall pass over you, till you know that the Most High rules the kingdom of men and gives it to whom he will. Till you know. Listen to those words, dear friend. That is the purpose. Not revenge, not cruelty, not divine ego wounded by human pride, but so that you might know, might truly understand, might come to see what you have forgotten in your prosperity, that the Most High rules, that kingdoms are his gift, that power comes from above and can be given or taken according to his will. And as it was commanded to leave the stump of the roots of the tree, your kingdom shall be confirmed for you from the time that you know that heaven rules. The stump remains, beloved. Do you see the tenderness in that not permanent rejection? The roots are still there, bound and waiting. The kingdom will be restored once the lesson is learned, once the knowing becomes real, once the heart bows before the throne of heaven. And Daniel, with tender courage, offers one more word. Therefore, O King, let my counsel be acceptable to you. Break off your sins by practicing righteousness, and your iniquities by showing mercy to the oppressed. that there may perhaps be a lengthening of your prosperity. Perhaps deliverance can still come. Perhaps repentance can turn aside judgment. Perhaps changing now, while there is still time, can extend your peace, break off your sins, practice righteousness, show mercy. These are the paths away from the cutting, the roads that lead to continued fruitfulness without the need for severe discipline. All this came upon King Nebuchadnezzar. At the end of 12 months, he was walking on the roof of the royal palace of Babylon, and the king answered and said, "Is not this great Babylon, which I have built by my mighty power as a royal residence, and for the glory of my majesty? 12 months pass, beloved, 12 whole months of grace, of warning remembered but not heeded, of pride slowly reasserting itself despite the dream's clear message. And then comes the moment that triggers everything. The words that reveal how completely the king has missed the point. Standing on his palace roof, looking out over the great city, Nebuchadnezzar speaks not in gratitude, but in self-glorification. I have built these walls. My mighty power raised these towers. My glory shines in these streets. My majesty fills this empire. Not a word about God's provision, God's gifting, God's sovereignty. Just I, my, mine. While the words were still in the king's mouth, there fell a voice from heaven. O King Nebuchadnezzar, to you it is spoken. The kingdom has departed from you, and you shall be driven from among men, and your dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field, and you shall be made to eat grass like an ox, and 7 periods of time shall pass over you, until you know that the Most High rules the kingdom of men and gives it to whom he will. Immediately, dear friend, while the words of pride are still on his lips, while the boast is still echoing in the air, judgment falls, not with another warning, not with one more chance, just the swift, certain fulfillment of what was prophesied 12 months earlier. Immediately, the word was fulfilled against Nebuchadnezzar. He was driven from among men and ate grass like an ox, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven till his hair grew as long as eagle's feathers, and his nails were like birds' claws. The mighty king becomes like an animal, beloved, living in the fields, eating grass, exposed to weather, growing wild and unkempt. Everything that marked him as king, everything that distinguished him as powerful and civilized and human, is stripped away. He loses his mind, loses his palace, loses his kingdom, loses everything that pride had convinced him was his own achievement. And in that loss, in that complete humbling, something can finally happen that could not happen while he stood on the palace roof claiming glory for himself. At the end of the days, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted my eyes to heaven, and my reason returned to me, and I blessed the Most High, and praised and honored him who lives forever, for his dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom endures from generation to generation. At the end of the days, after 7 periods of time living as a beast, after all pride has been thoroughly crushed, after every claim to self-sufficiency has been proven empty, Nebuchadnezzar lifts his eyes to heaven, not to his palace, not to his city, not to his own accomplishments, to heaven. And the moment he looks up, the moment he turns his gaze from himself to God, his reason returns, his mind is restored, his humanity comes back, because sanity, beloved, begins with recognizing who God is and who we are, with seeing clearly that He is sovereign and we are dependent, that His kingdom is eternal and ours are temporary gifts. All the inhabitants of the earth are accounted as nothing, and He does according to His will among the host of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth, and none can stay His hand or say to Him, "What have you done?" These are not words of bitter resignation, but joyful recognition. We are nothing compared to His greatness, and somehow that is not humiliation, but liberation. He does according to His will, and that is not tyranny, but trust. None can question Him, and that is not authoritarian rule, but acknowledgement that He alone sees all, knows all, rules all perfectly. At the same time, my reason returned to me, and for the glory of my kingdom, my majesty and splendor returned to me. My counselors and my lords sought me, and I was established in my kingdom, and still more greatness was added to me. Everything is restored, beloved. The kingdom, the majesty, the splendor. Even the counselors and lords who must have thought Him lost forever now seek Him again. He is re-established, and not just to where He was before, but to something greater. The cutting was not meant to destroy the tree forever, but to humble it so it could grow again, healthier now, rooted in reality about who gives growth and who deserves glory. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven, for all His works are right and His ways are just, and those who walk in pride He is able to humble. These are the final words, dear friend. Praise, honor. Testimony from a humbled king who learned through discipline what he refused to learn through prosperity. God is able to humble the proud, not because He delights in bringing people low, but because pride destroys and humility saves. Because self-glorification leads to madness and worship leads to sanity. Because claiming credit for what God has done separates us from the source of all good things. And here, beloved, as your breathing deepens and your body settles toward rest. Let Nebuchadnezzar's story speak gently to any place in your heart where pride has taken root, where you have begun to forget that every good gift comes from above, where you have started to think of your achievements as yours alone rather than as expressions of grace. God's discipline, when it comes, is not meant to destroy you. It is meant to save you from the destruction that pride always brings. The tree is cut down to the stump. Yes, but the stump remains. The roots are bound but not removed. And when the season of humbling is over, when eyes are finally lifted to heaven, when praise replaces boasting, restoration comes, not back to what was, but forward to something better, to a life rooted in reality about who God is and who we are, to a kingdom held with open hands instead of clenched fists, to glory that knows where glory belongs. Let your shoulders drop even lower now. Dear friend, feel any remaining tension flowing out like water, gentle and complete. We move now from Nebuchadnezzar's story of humbling and restoration to his grandson Belshazzar's tale, a story of warning ignored, of lessons unlearned, of pride that persisted even when the cost had been clearly demonstrated. And in what unfolds, we will hear a gentle but urgent whisper to our own hearts about the danger of forgetting, of growing comfortable, of treating holy things casually. Years have passed since Nebuchadnezzar's restoration. He has died, and his son has reigned and died. And now Belshazzar, his grandson, sits on Babylon's throne. And on a particular night, Belshazzar decides to throw a feast, a party for 1,000 of his lords, a celebration of power and pleasure and prosperity. King Belshazzar made a great feast for 1,000 of his lords and drank wine in front of the 1,000. Belshazzar, when he tasted the wine, commanded that the vessels of gold and of silver that Nebuchadnezzar his father had taken out of the temple in Jerusalem be brought, that the king and his lords, his wives, and his concubines might drink from them. Can you feel the casual sacrilege in these words? Beloved, these are not just any cups. These are vessels from the temple, sacred objects crafted for worship of the living God, carried away when Jerusalem fell as both plunder and symbol of Babylon's triumph. And Nebuchadnezzar, for all his pride, never used them for drinking at his parties. He placed them in the treasury of his God, treating them with at least minimal respect as religious objects. But Belshazzar, drunk on wine and power, commands that they be brought out and used as party cups, that holy things be treated as common, that what was consecrated to God be defiled with wine and revelry. Then they brought in the golden vessels that had been taken out of the temple, the house of God in Jerusalem, and the king and his lords, his wives, and his concubines drank from them. They drank wine, and praised the gods of gold and silver, bronze, iron, wood, and stone. They drink from God's vessels while praising false gods. Beloved, they use what was meant for worship of the Most High while worshiping idols of metal and wood. Not just casual irreverence, but deliberate mockery. Not just forgetting, but actively dishonoring. Not just neglect, but defiance. And it does not go unnoticed. Immediately the fingers of a human hand appeared and wrote on the plaster of the wall of the king's palace, opposite the lampstand. And the king saw the hand as it wrote. A hand appears. Dear friend, just a hand. No body. No explanation. No voice. Just fingers writing on the wall in the light of the lampstand, where everyone can see, where the king cannot miss it. And the effect is instant and terrifying. Then the king's color changed, and his thoughts alarmed him. His limbs gave way, and his knees knocked together. All the bravado drains away in an instant. Beloved, the confident king surrounded by 1,000 lords becomes a terrified man whose knees knock together, whose face loses color, whose mind fills with alarm, because somewhere deep in his soul, even drunk and defiant, Belshazzar knows that something beyond nature is happening, that judgment is being made visible, that the God whose vessels he has profaned is speaking. The king called loudly to bring in the enchanters, the Chaldeans, and the astrologers. The king declared to the wise men of Babylon, "Whoever reads this writing and shows me its interpretation shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around his neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom." He offers extravagant rewards. Beloved, to anyone who can tell him what the writing means. Purple robes, a gold chain, third position in the kingdom. But despite these promises, despite the urgency, despite the king's obvious terror, none of the wise men can read the writing or interpret it. Then all the king's wise men came in, but they could not read the writing or make known to the king the interpretation. And now the fear deepens. Then King Belshazzar was greatly alarmed, and his color changed, and his lords were perplexed. The one comfort he might have had, that his wise men would explain away what happened, would provide a natural explanation, would calm his fears, is gone. No one can read it. No one can interpret it. The mystery remains, and with it, the terror. Then the queen, hearing the commotion, enters the banquet hall. Not one of Belshazzar's wives or concubines who were drinking from the sacred vessels, but the queen mother, probably Nebuchadnezzar's wife, someone who remembers the old days, who knows the history. O King, live forever. Let not your thoughts alarm you or your color change. There is a man in your kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. In the days of your father, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, were found in him. And King Nebuchadnezzar, your father the king, made him chief of the magicians, enchanters, Chaldeans, and astrologers. She remembers Daniel, beloved, remembers how he interpreted dreams when no one else could, how he possessed wisdom beyond human learning, how Nebuchadnezzar trusted him completely. Now let Daniel be called, and he will show the interpretation. So Daniel is brought in, an old man now, living quietly, perhaps mostly forgotten in the changes of regime. And Belshazzar, grasping for hope, offers him the same rewards. Now I have heard that you can give interpretations and solve problems. If you can read the writing and make known to me its interpretation, you shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around your neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. Listen to Daniel's response, dear friend, and hear the gentle sadness woven through his words. Then Daniel answered and said before the king, let your gifts be for yourself, and give your rewards to another. Nevertheless, I will read the writing to the king and make known to him the interpretation. Keep your gifts, he says quietly. I do not want them. I am not here for rewards or position. I am here because God has something to say, and you need to hear it. And then Daniel begins, not with the writing, but with a history lesson, a reminder of what Belshazzar should already know. O king, the Most High God gave Nebuchadnezzar your father kingship and greatness and glory and majesty. And because of the greatness that he gave him, all peoples, nations, and languages trembled and feared before him. Everything Nebuchadnezzar had was a gift from God. The kingdom, the glory, the power, all of it came from above, not from his own might. But when his heart was lifted up and his spirit was hardened so that he dealt proudly, he was brought down from his kingly throne, and his glory was taken from him. He was driven from among the children of mankind, and his mind was made like that of a beast, and his dwelling was with the wild donkeys. He was fed grass like an ox, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, until he knew that the Most High God rules the kingdom of mankind and sets over it whom he will. You know these events, Daniel says gently. You have heard what happened to your grandfather when pride filled his heart. You have seen how God humbled him, how he lived as a beast until he acknowledged that the Most High rules. Not new information, family history, a lesson written in your own lineage. And you, his son, Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart. Though you knew all this, though you knew, these three words carry such weight. Beloved, Belshazzar is not ignorant. He has not been kept in darkness. He knew what happened to Nebuchadnezzar. He knew the lesson his grandfather learned. He knew that the Most High God rules and humbles the proud. But knowing did not lead to humility. Knowledge did not produce wisdom. He heard the story, but did not take it to heart. But you have lifted up yourself against the Lord of heaven, and the vessels of his house have been brought in before you. And you and your lords, your wives, and your concubines have drunk wine from them. And you have praised the gods of silver and gold, of bronze, iron, wood, and stone, which do not see or hear or know, but the God in whose hand is your breath, and whose are all your ways. You have not honored. You have dishonored the God who holds your very breath. Daniel says quietly, every inhale, every heartbeat, every moment of life is his gift. And instead of honoring him, you have praised dead idols while drinking from his sacred vessels. Then from his presence the hand was sent, and this writing was inscribed. And now Daniel reads the writing that no one else could read. And this is the writing that was inscribed: Mene, Mene, Tekel, and Parsin. 4 words: beloved. Simple words in Aramaic that the wise men should have been able to read but somehow could not. As if the letters were visible, but the meaning was veiled until God chose to reveal it through his servant. And Daniel interprets each one. This is the interpretation of the matter Mene. God has numbered the days of your kingdom and brought it to an end. Tekel. You have been weighed in the balances and found wanting. Perez. Your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Numbered. Weighed. Divided. Your time is up. You have been measured and found lacking. Your kingdom is being taken from you tonight. Not a warning to repent. Not an invitation to change. A declaration that judgment has already been decided, that the weighing has already happened, that the deficiency has already been found. Then Belshazzar gave the command, and Daniel was clothed with purple. A chain of gold was put around his neck, and a proclamation was made about him, that he should be the 3rd ruler in the kingdom. Even now, even hearing that his kingdom is ending tonight, Belshazzar honors his promise, clothes Daniel in purple, gives him the gold chain, proclaims him 3rd ruler. Such a strange moment. Beloved. Honoring the messenger while ignoring the message. Keeping a promise while rejecting the truth that promise was meant to secure. That very night, Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, was killed, and Darius the Mede received the kingdom, being about 62 years old. That very night, dear friend, the writing appeared. Daniel interpreted. And before the sun rose, Belshazzar was dead, and Babylon had fallen to the Medes and Persians. Everything happened exactly as the writing foretold. The numbered days ended. The weighing was revealed. The division occurred. And a king who knew better but chose pride over humility, who treated holy things casually and ignored the lessons of history, lost everything in a single night. And here, beloved, as sleep draws near, as your eyes grow heavy and your breath becomes barely a whisper, let what happened to Belshazzar speak gently but urgently to any place in your heart that has grown casual about holy things, that has forgotten lessons learned, that knows better but chooses otherwise. God's patience is real, but it is not infinite. His mercy is vast, but it can be presumed upon once too often. Belshazzar knew what happened to Nebuchadnezzar. He knew about pride and humbling. He knew about God's sovereignty. But knowledge without application, truth without transformation, does not save us. Do not wait for writing on the wall. Dear one, do not assume that tomorrow will be time enough to humble your heart, to honor what is holy, to take seriously what you have known but not applied. If there is casual irreverence in your life, gentle defiance you have been ignoring, sacred things you have been treating as common, let tonight be the night you turn. Let now be when knowledge becomes wisdom, when hearing becomes heeding, when you choose humility while there is still time. God does not delight in judgment, beloved. He takes no pleasure in bringing kingdoms down, but he will not be mocked forever. He will not let sacred things be trampled indefinitely. He will not allow pride to persist without consequence. The hand writes because the heart will not listen. The weighing comes because the warning was ignored. But for you tonight, beloved, the story does not have to end in judgment. Right now can be the moment of turning, of humbling, of honoring what you have been treating lightly. Let Belshazzar's story be your warning rather than your pattern. Let his fall be what wakes you before you fall. Let his weighing remind you to examine your own heart while there is still time to be found sufficient rather than wanting. God disciplines those he loves. Remember, the cutting of the tree in Nebuchadnezzar's story led to restoration because he humbled himself and looked to heaven. The writing on the wall in Belshazzar's story led to destruction because he refused to humble himself even when he knew better. The difference was not in God's willingness to save, but in the heart's willingness to be saved. Not in the severity of the warning, but in the response to it. So rest tonight, precious child, but rest with a soft heart, with humble spirit, with reverence for holy things. Do not let familiarity breed contempt. Do not let knowledge remain merely intellectual. Do not treat lightly what God holds dear. And know that when discipline comes, as it sometimes must, it comes not to destroy, but to save. Not to end your story, but to redirect it. Not to crush you, but to humble you so you can be lifted up at the proper time, in the proper way, for the proper glory, His glory, always His glory. Sleep now in that truth. Amen. It pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 satraps, to be throughout the whole kingdom, and over them 3 high officials, of whom Daniel was one, to whom these satraps should give account, so that the king might suffer no loss. Then this Daniel became distinguished above all the other high officials and satraps, because an excellent spirit was in him, and the king planned to set him over the whole kingdom. Daniel is an old man now, dear friend, probably in his 80s. He has survived multiple regime changes, has served under Babylonian kings, and now serves under Persian rule. And still, after all these years, after all these transitions, His excellence stands out. Not because he grasps for power or manipulates circumstances, but simply because an excellent spirit dwells in him. The king notices. The king plans to promote him above everyone else. And of course, beloved, of course this creates enemies. Excellence always does. Faithfulness always attracts opposition. Those who have compromised resent those who have not. Then the high officials and the satraps sought to find a ground for complaint against Daniel with regard to the kingdom. But they could find no ground for complaint or any fault, because he was faithful, and no error or fault was found in him. Can you imagine it? They search for something to accuse him of, some mistake, some ethical lapse, some moment of failure they can use against him. But they find nothing, not because Daniel is perfect, but because his faithfulness has been consistent, his integrity unbroken, his service beyond reproach. Years and years of walking with God have produced a life so clean that enemies searching for dirt come up empty. Then these men said, "We shall not find any ground for complaint against this Daniel unless we find it in connection with the law of his God." And here, beloved, here is both the tragedy and the testimony. The only way to trap Daniel is through his faithfulness to God. His devotion is so visible, so consistent, so absolutely central to who he is that his enemies know exactly where to strike. They cannot attack his work. They cannot question his ethics. They cannot find fault in his service, so they will make his worship the crime. Then these high officials and satraps came thronging to the king and said to him, "O King Darius, live forever. All the high officials of the kingdom, the prefects and the satraps, the counselors and the governors are agreed that the king should establish an ordinance and enforce an injunction, that whoever makes petition to any god or man for 30 days, except to you, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions. They flatter him first. Beloved, live forever, they say, though he will not. All the officials agree. They claim, though Daniel, one of the three highest officials, certainly was not consulted. For 30 days, no one should pray to any god or petition any man except the king himself. It sounds like honor. It sounds like unity. It sounds reasonable, even for such a short time. And the consequence for violation, the lion's den, death by being torn apart. Now, O king, establish the injunction and sign the document, so that it cannot be changed, according to the law of the Medes and the Persians, which cannot be revoked. They want it written into unchangeable law. Dear friend, according to Medo-Persian custom, once the king signs such a decree, even he cannot alter it. It becomes permanent, irrevocable, binding even on the one who made it. Therefore, King Darius signed the document and injunction. And now, we come to the moment that matters most, the response that defines everything, the choice that will echo through thousands of years and inspire countless hearts facing their own impossible decisions. When Daniel knew that the document had been signed, he went to his house, where he had windows in his upper chamber open toward Jerusalem. He got down on his knees 3 times a day and prayed and gave thanks before his God, as he had done previously. When Daniel knew, he was not ignorant. Beloved, he knew the law had been signed. He knew the consequence. He knew that continuing to pray would mean the lion's den. And what did he do with that knowledge? He went home and did exactly what he had always done. He opened his windows toward Jerusalem, toward the city of God, even though it lay in ruins, toward the place where his heart belonged, even though his body was in exile. And he knelt down and prayed, just as he had done previously, 3 times a day. Dear friend, morning, noon, and evening. For decades, probably, Daniel has kept this rhythm. 3 times a day, turning toward Jerusalem, kneeling before God, praying and giving thanks, not just when he felt like it, not just when circumstances were favorable, not just when it was safe, but consistently, faithfully, day after day, year after year, making prayer as natural and necessary as breathing. And now, when prayer has been made illegal, when continuing this practice will cost him his life, Daniel does not hide. He does not close his windows. He does not pray in secret where no one can see. He does not suspend his practice for 30 days, reasoning that surely God would understand such a brief compromise. He simply does what he has always done. he opens his windows and prays. Let your breathing slow even more now. Beloved, as we pause here in Daniel's upper room, kneeling beside him as he faces Jerusalem and lifts his heart to God. What we are witnessing is not dramatic defiance, not a public protest, not a political statement, just a man praying because prayer is who he is, because talking to God is how he lives, because 30 days without this communion would be like 30 days without breathing. And there is something so deeply healing in seeing prayer treated this way. Dear friend, not as religious duty performed because we have to, not as emergency measure used only when crisis comes, not as occasional practice we engage in when we remember or when circumstances are favorable, but as the rhythm of life itself, as necessary and natural as inhaling and exhaling, as opening windows to let light and air into closed spaces. Daniel could have reasoned that God would understand if he prayed secretly for a month. God knows the heart. After all, why risk death for the sake of visible prayer when internal prayer would accomplish the same thing? But Daniel understands something that we often forget. Beloved, prayer is not just a private transaction between our soul and God. Prayer is witness. Prayer is testimony. Prayer is the visible expression of who we belong to, where our hope lies, who we trust when everything else fails. To close the windows, to hide the kneeling, to pray only in secret for 30 days would not just be a temporary compromise. It would be a declaration that Caesar's authority extends even over our communication with God, that earthly power can regulate our access to heaven, that we will let fear silence our worship when the cost of visibility becomes too high. And Daniel will not do that, cannot do that. Not because he is seeking martyrdom or trying to make a point, but simply because prayer is his life, and a life lived in secret, in hiding, in fear-driven compromise, is not a life worth preserving at the cost of his soul. Then these men came thronging, and found Daniel making petition and plea before his God. Then they went to the king and spoke concerning the king's injunction. Did you not sign an injunction that anyone who makes petition to any god or man within 30 days except to you, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions? The king answered and said, The thing stands fast, according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which cannot be revoked. They catch him. Beloved, of course they do. He made no effort to hide, and they run immediately to the king to spring their trap. Did you not sign this law? The king confirms it. The law is irrevocable. Then they answered and said before the king, Daniel, who is one of the exiles from Judah, pays no attention to you, O king, or the injunction you have signed, but makes his petition 3 times a day. And now the accusation falls, and the king begins to understand what has been done to him, how he has been manipulated, how his own decree is about to destroy the man he most values. And here, beloved, as your body begins to settle deeper into rest, let Daniel's open windows speak to whatever pressure you are facing to keep your faith private, to hide your prayers, to make your relationship with God invisible so that it does not offend or inconvenience or threaten anyone. The world will always have reasons why you should close your windows, always have arguments for why secret faith is just as good as visible faith, always have threats designed to make you choose safety over witness. But Daniel teaches us that prayer is not negotiable. Communion with God is not optional. The windows stay open not because we are trying to be difficult or make a statement, but because this is how we live. This is who we are. This is the breath our souls need to survive. And if keeping the windows open costs us the lion's den, then we will face the lions. But we will not stop breathing. We will not let fear silence the conversation that keeps us alive. Let your shoulders drop even lower now. Dear friend, feel the gentle release of any remaining tension, like snow melting softly under the first warmth of spring. Daniel has been caught praying. The trap has been sprung. And now we will witness something that can heal the deepest fears in your own heart. A truth about God's presence in the most terrifying places. About peace that holds steady even when surrounded by teeth and claws. About deliverance that comes not always by removing danger, but by walking through it with us. Then the king, when he heard these words, was much distressed and set his mind to deliver Daniel, and he labored till the sun went down to rescue him. Can you feel the king's anguish? Beloved, he has been tricked. He has been used. His own decree, signed in vanity, is about to destroy the man he respects most, and he tries desperately to find a way out. Works until sunset searching for some loophole, some exception, some way to undo what cannot be undone. Then these men came thronging to the king and said to the king, "Know, O king, that it is a law of the Medes and Persians that no injunction or ordinance that the king establishes can be changed. They will not let him escape, will not give him room to maneuver. The law is the law." Daniel prayed. The consequence is fixed. The lions await. Then the king commanded, and Daniel was brought and cast into the den of lions. The king declared to Daniel, "May your God, whom you serve continually, deliver you." Even as he gives the order, he cannot revoke. Even as Daniel is taken to the den, the king speaks a prayer, a desperate hope. May your God deliver you. The God you have served continually, without compromise, without fear. May he save you from what I cannot prevent. And a stone was brought and laid on the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his own signet and with the signet of his lords, that nothing might be changed concerning Daniel. The stone is placed. The seals are set. Daniel is locked in darkness with hungry lions, and there is no human way to reach him now, no rescue that can come from outside, no deliverance except by the hand of the God he has served continually. Then the king went to his palace and spent the night fasting. No diversions were brought to him, and sleep fled from him. The king cannot eat, cannot be entertained, cannot sleep. He spends the night in anguish, tormented by what he has been forced to do, unable to find rest. But Daniel, beloved, Daniel sleeps. We are not told explicitly, but the peace that comes later makes it clear. While the king tosses in his palace, Daniel rests in the lion's den. While the ruler of the empire cannot find sleep, the prisoner surrounded by predators somehow finds peace, because the God whom he serves continually is with him, closer than the lions, more powerful than their hunger, more present than the darkness. Then, at break of day, the king arose and went in haste to the den of lions. As he came near to the den where Daniel was, he cried out in a tone of anguish. The king declared to Daniel, "O Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you serve continually, been able to deliver you from the lions?" The king runs to the den at first light. Beloved, runs, not walks, and he cries out in anguish, hardly daring to hope, almost certain he will receive no answer, that Daniel has been torn apart in the night, that faithfulness has led to death. Has your God been able to deliver you? And then comes the voice, calm and clear, speaking from the darkness of the sealed den. Then Daniel said to the king, "O king, live forever. My God sent his angel and shut the lions' mouths, and they have not harmed me, because I was found blameless before him, and also before you. O king, I have done no harm. My God sent his angel." Do you hear the quiet confidence in those words? Beloved, not I survived, not I was lucky, but my God sent his angel, the same God I serve continually, the same God I prayed to with windows open, the same God for whom I was willing to face these lions. He sent his angel and shut their mouths. The lions are still there, still hungry, still capable of tearing flesh. But their mouths are shut, not by Daniel's worthiness, but by God's faithfulness, not by human strength, but by divine intervention. I was found blameless before him, not perfect, beloved, not sinless, but blameless in the sense that matters faithful, true, refusing to let fear compromise devotion, choosing prayer over safety, choosing God over self-preservation. Then the king was exceedingly glad, and commanded that Daniel be taken up out of the den. So Daniel was taken up out of the den, and no kind of harm was found on him, because he had trusted in his God. No kind of harm, dear friend. Not a scratch, not a bite, not even the smell of lions on his clothing or fear in his eyes. He emerges from the den as he entered it, trusting in his God, held by hands more powerful than any predator, kept safe not by his own cleverness, but by the faithfulness of the one he served continually. And here, beloved, as your breathing deepens and your body begins to soften toward sleep, let me speak healing into whatever lion's den you may be facing. Perhaps you are surrounded by dangers you cannot control. Perhaps you have been sealed into a dark place with predators circling. Perhaps you made the right choice, the faithful choice, the choice to keep your windows open and your prayers visible. And now you are facing consequences that terrify you. Know that you are not alone in that den, dear one. The same God who sent his angel to shut the lions' mouths for Daniel is with you in your darkness. The same presence that brought peace to Daniel while the king tossed sleepless in his palace can bring peace to you while the world around you rages. The same power that kept Daniel blameless and unharmed can keep you through whatever night you are walking. You may not understand how deliverance will come. You may not see the angel with your eyes. You may not hear the moment when the mouths are shut. But trust, beloved. Trust the way Daniel trusted, with windows open and knees bowed and heart surrendered. Trust continually, not just when you feel safe, but especially when you are sealed in darkness with danger all around, because the God you serve is the living God, not a dead idol of wood or stone, and he is able to deliver, not always by removing the den, not always by preventing the sealing, but always by being present in the darkness, by shutting mouths that seek to devour, by keeping you through the night until morning comes, and the stone is rolled away, and you emerge without even the smell of lions upon you. The king could not sleep because he did not know the God Daniel served. But Daniel could rest even surrounded by lions because he knew. He trusted. He believed with every fiber of his being that the God whom he served continually would not abandon him in the den. And that same God is with you tonight, beloved, in your den, in your darkness, shutting the mouths of whatever seeks to devour you, keeping you blameless, preparing your deliverance. All you must do is trust, simply trust, the way Daniel trusted, with your whole heart, until morning comes. Part 4.3. Daniel 6:24-28. faith honored. Now let your body become completely still. Dear friend, let every muscle release its hold on the day. We have seen Daniel delivered from the lion's den, have witnessed God's faithfulness to the one who prayed with windows open. And now we will see how one man's quiet faithfulness becomes testimony that echoes far beyond his own life. How choosing prayer over safety opens doors for God's glory to be revealed to an entire empire. And the king commanded, and those men who had maliciously accused Daniel were brought and cast into the den of lions, their children, and their wives. And before they reached the bottom of the den, the lions overpowered them and broke all their bones in pieces. Justice comes swiftly. Beloved, the same law they used to trap Daniel now traps them. The same den they sealed him into receives them. And the lions that stood silent all night while Daniel prayed now demonstrate that their hunger was real, their danger was genuine, that what kept Daniel safe was not natural circumstance but supernatural intervention. Before his accusers even reach the bottom of the den, the lions overpower them. The contrast is stark and terrible. Daniel, who served God continually, emerged without a scratch. Those who plotted his death to advance themselves are destroyed in moments. But our focus is not meant to linger on their destruction. Dear friend, what matters more is what happens next. How the king responds to what he has witnessed. How Daniel's faithfulness becomes the catalyst for testimony that will reach every corner of the known world. Then King Darius wrote to all the peoples, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth. Peace be multiplied to you. I make a decree that in all my royal dominion people are to tremble and fear before the God of Daniel, for he is the living God, enduring forever. His kingdom shall never be destroyed, and his dominion shall be to the end. The king who signed a decree, making himself the only object of petition for 30 days, now signs a decree declaring that people should fear the God of Daniel. The ruler who was manipulated into sealing Daniel in the lion's den now proclaims that this God is the living God, that his kingdom endures forever, that his dominion has no end. What Daniel's enemies meant for evil, God has turned for good. What was supposed to silence Daniel's witness has instead amplified it to an entire empire. He delivers and rescues. He works signs and wonders in heaven and on earth. He who has saved Daniel from the power of the lions. He saves, beloved, not might save, not could save if conditions are right, but does save, has saved, will save. The God of Daniel is a God who delivers those who trust him, who works signs and wonders not to show off, but to rescue, who intervenes in impossible situations to demonstrate his power and his love. So this Daniel prospered during the reign of Darius and the reign of Cyrus the Persian. Daniel prospers, dear friend, the man who chose prayer over safety, who kept his windows open even when it meant the lion's den, who trusted God continually without knowing how deliverance would come. He prospers, not just survives, prospers, thrives, continues to serve faithfully through yet another change of regime, another transition of power, because God honors those who honor Him, blesses those who trust Him, lifts up those who refuse to compromise. And here, beloved, as sleep draws very near, as your consciousness begins to blur and soften toward rest, let the ending of Daniel's story speak peace into every fear about what faithfulness might cost you. Yes, keeping your windows open might lead to the lion's den. Yes, refusing to hide your prayers might bring consequences you would rather avoid. Yes, choosing God over safety might put you in dark places surrounded by dangers. But God is faithful to those who are faithful to Him. Not always in the way we expect. Not always according to our timeline. Not always by preventing suffering, but always by being present in it, by shutting the mouths of what seeks to devour us, by bringing us through to the other side not just alive, but prospering, not just surviving, but testifying to His goodness. Daniel could have closed his windows, could have prayed in secret, could have waited 30 days and then resumed his visible practice. And he would have been safe from the lions. But he also would have been safe from the opportunity to witness God's deliverance. Safe from seeing an entire empire hear about the living God. Safe from the privilege of being used to display divine faithfulness to generations yet unborn. The windows stayed open. The prayers continued. The den was entered. The angel was sent. The mouths were shut. The morning came. The deliverance was witnessed. The testimony spread. And a man who simply would not stop breathing, would not stop praying, would not let fear silence his communion with God, became the means by which countless others learned that the God of Daniel is the living God, enduring forever, whose kingdom shall never be destroyed. So sleep now, precious child, knowing that the same God who kept Daniel in the lion's den is keeping you tonight. Whatever dangers surround you, whatever threats seek to silence your prayers, whatever fears whisper that faithfulness will cost too much, remember Daniel. Remember the open windows. Remember the peaceful night in the den while the king tossed sleepless in his palace. Remember the angel shutting mouths. Remember the emergence without harm. Remember the testimony that followed. And then, with Daniel's example fresh in your heart, make your own choice. Keep your windows open toward the Jerusalem of your hope. Continue your practice of communion with God, regardless of who it offends or what it costs. Trust continually, the way Daniel did, knowing that the God you serve is able to deliver and will deliver, perhaps not from the den, but certainly through it, not by preventing consequences, but by being present in them, not by making faithfulness easy, but by making it worth it. Your quiet faithfulness, your refusal to let fear compromise your prayers, your choice to keep breathing even when breathing has been made illegal, these matter more than you know. They are testimony. They are witness. They are the means by which God's glory can be revealed not just to you, but through you to everyone watching, everyone wondering if faith is real, if God is faithful, if trusting Him is worth the cost. And one day, perhaps sooner than you think, you will emerge from your den without even the smell of lions upon you. And those who sealed you in will see, and those who thought faithfulness was foolish will wonder. And a testimony will spread that the God you serve continually is the living God, the one who delivers, the one whose kingdom endures forever. Sleep now in that promise, dear one. Rest in that hope. You are held by the one who shuts lions' mouths and keeps his children through the darkest nights. Amen. Daniel is given visions in the night, glimpses of empires rising and falling, images of beasts and thrones and clouds. And woven through all the mystery is a truth that can steady your soul no matter how chaotic the world appears. History is not random. Kingdoms are not eternal. And the one who sits on the throne above all thrones is coming to make everything right. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel saw a dream and visions of his head as he lay in his bed. Then he wrote down the dream and told the sum of the matter. Daniel is lying in bed. Dear friend, in that vulnerable space between waking and sleeping where God so often speaks, and what he sees troubles him deeply, fills him with questions, leaves him seeking understanding. Daniel declared, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea. And four great beasts came up out of the sea, different from one another. The sea is churning, beloved, chaotic, restless. And from that chaos, beasts emerge. 4 of them, each different, each representing something that will come. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Then as I looked, its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a man. And the mind of a man was given to it. A lion with wings, then stripped and made to stand like a man. Babylon, perhaps, in all its glory, and then its humbling. Nebuchadnezzar's story told in symbol, the beast that became a man when it learned to look to heaven. And behold, another beast, a second one, like a bear. It was raised up on one side. It had 3 ribs in its mouth between its teeth, and it was told, "Arise, devour much flesh." A bear, hungry and powerful. Medo-Persia, consuming kingdoms. After this, I looked, and behold, another, like a leopard, with 4 wings of a bird on its back. And the beast had 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. A leopard, swift and cunning, with multiple heads, Greece under Alexander, spreading quickly, dividing into kingdoms. After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, terrifying and dreadful and exceedingly strong. It had great iron teeth. It devoured and broke in pieces and stamped what was left with its feet. It was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns, something more terrible than all the others. Beloved, something that devours and crushes with iron teeth. Rome, perhaps, or something yet to come, or the pattern of all empires that seem invincible but are actually temporary, that appear permanent but are already marked for passing. And then, as Daniel watches these terrifying beasts, something else appears. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another horn, a little one, before which 3 of the first horns were plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth speaking great things. A little horn speaking arrogantly. Beloved, claiming power, making boasts, demanding worship. Every empire has had its version of this. Every age has seen power that speaks great things and demands what belongs only to God. But then, dear friend, then the vision shifts to something that changes everything. As I looked, thrones were placed, and the Ancient of Days took his seat. His clothing was white as snow, and the hair of his head like pure wool. His throne was fiery flames. Its wheels were burning fire. A stream of fire issued and came out from before him. 1,000 thousands served him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The court sat in judgment, and the books were opened. The Ancient of Days takes his seat. Beloved, above all the beasts, beyond all the empires, before all the little horns that speak great things, the one who has always been, whose clothing is white as snow, whose throne burns with holy fire, and around him, countless thousands serving, countless more standing in his presence. The court sits. The books are opened. Judgment is about to be pronounced on all earthly power, that claimed more than it should. I looked then because of the sound of the great words that the horn was speaking. And as I looked, the beast was killed, and its body destroyed, and given over to be burned with fire. As for the rest of the beasts, their dominion was taken away, but their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. The beasts fall, dear friend. The empires end. The powers that seemed eternal are revealed as temporary. One by one, their dominion is taken away. They had their season. They had their time. But now the time is ending. Now the true king is taking his throne. And then comes the image that has given hope to countless weary hearts through thousands of years. I saw in the night visions, and behold, with the clouds of heaven there came one like a son of man, and he came to the Ancient of Days, and was presented before him. And to him was given dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom one that shall not be destroyed. One like a son of man, beloved, not a beast rising from chaos, not an empire built on conquest, not a little horn speaking great things, but one who looks like us, who shares our humanity, who comes on the clouds of heaven and is presented before the Ancient of Days. And to him is given dominion, not seized, not stolen, not claimed through violence, given by the one who has authority to give it. And his kingdom, unlike all the kingdoms represented by beasts, will never pass away. His dominion will never be destroyed. All peoples, all nations, all languages will serve him, not by force, not through fear, but because his reign is the reign we were made for, the kingdom our hearts have been longing for all along. Let your breathing slow even more now, dear friend, as the vision settles into your heart. Daniel is troubled by what he sees, asks for interpretation, receives explanation of what the beasts and horns represent. But underneath all the details, beneath all the symbols, one truth shines clear: every earthly kingdom is temporary, but the kingdom given to the Son of Man endures forever. And here, beloved, here is the healing whisper for your anxious heart. Whatever empire troubles you right now, whatever power seems invincible, whatever leader speaks great things and demands what should belong only to God, it is temporary. It is a beast rising from chaos, having its season, and then passing away. The wheels of thrones are already in motion. The Ancient of Days has already taken his seat. The books are already opened, and the one like a son of man is already coming on the clouds to receive the kingdom that will never end. You do not have to fear the beasts, dear one. You do not have to bow to little horns that speak arrogantly. You do not have to believe that what is now will always be, because history is moving toward a throne room, toward a judgment, toward the moment when the Son of Man receives his kingdom, and all the beasts are silenced, and dominion is finally given to the one who will rule in righteousness forever. Rest in that tonight. Let it quiet your fears about tomorrow. The empires will fall. The horns will be silenced. The beasts will pass away. But the kingdom given to the Son of Man will stand forever. And you, precious child, belong to that kingdom. Serve that king. Wait for that dominion that shall never be destroyed. Let your shoulders drop even lower now. Beloved, feel any remaining tension flowing out like water, gentle and complete. Daniel receives another vision, another glimpse into what is coming, another revelation of powers that will rise and fall. And woven through what he sees is a pattern we have witnessed before. Pride lifted high and then brought low. Arrogance reaching toward heaven and then shattered. Power claiming more than it should, and then discovering that no earthly authority can stand against the Most High. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared to me. Daniel, after that which appeared to me at the first. And I saw in the vision, and when I saw, I was in Susa the citadel, which is in the province of Elam, and I saw in the vision, and I was at the Ulai Canal. Daniel is transported in vision to a place he has never been, beloved, standing by a canal, watching, seeing what God wants to show him about what is to come. I raised my eyes and saw, and behold, a ram standing on the bank of the canal. It had 2 horns, and both horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher one came up last. I saw the ram charging westward and northward and southward. No beast could stand before him, and there was no one who could rescue from his power. He did as he pleased and became great. A powerful ram, dear friend. 2 horns, one higher than the other, charging in every direction, unstoppable, doing as it pleased, becoming great. Medo-Persia in its prime, conquering, expanding, seemingly invincible. As I was considering, behold, a male goat came from the west across the face of the whole earth, without touching the ground. And the goat had a conspicuous horn between his eyes. He came to the ram with the 2 horns, which I had seen standing on the bank of the canal, and he ran at him in his powerful wrath. A goat appears, beloved, moving so swiftly its feet barely touch the ground, one conspicuous horn between its eyes, Greece, Alexander, moving with power and wrath against the ram. I saw him come close to the ram, and he was enraged against him and struck the ram and broke his two horns. And the ram had no power to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground and trampled on him. And there was no one who could rescue the ram from his power. The ram that seemed invincible falls before the goat. What conquers everything is itself conquered. What appears permanent is revealed as fragile. Then the goat became exceedingly great, but when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and instead of it there came up 4 conspicuous horns toward the 4 winds of heaven. At the height of power, beloved, at the moment of greatest strength, the great horn is broken. Alexander dies young. His empire divided among 4 generals, his conquests fragmenting into pieces. Glory reaches its peak and then shatters. Out of one of them came a little horn, which grew exceedingly great toward the south, toward the east, and toward the glorious land. It grew great, even to the host of heaven. And some of the host, and some of the stars it threw down to the ground and trampled on them. It became great, even as great as the prince of the host. And the regular burnt offering was taken away from him, and the place of his sanctuary was overthrown. A little horn again. Dear friend, claiming greatness, reaching toward heaven, trampling stars, making itself equal to the prince of the host, taking away worship, overthrowing sanctuary, every detail pointing to pride that goes too far, to power that claims what belongs only to God, to arrogance that thinks it can silence worship and overthrow the holy. And a host will be given over to it together with the regular burnt offering because of transgression. And it will throw truth to the ground, and it will act and prosper. Truth is thrown to the ground, beloved. Lies prosper. Transgression seems to triumph. And for a season, it looks like wickedness wins, like arrogance succeeds, like power can indeed make itself equal to God. But then Daniel hears something that changes the whole picture. Then I heard a holy one speaking, and another holy one said to the one who spoke, "For how long is the vision concerning the regular burnt offering, the transgression that makes desolate, and the giving over of the sanctuary and host to be trampled underfoot?" And he said to me, "For 300 evenings and mornings, then the sanctuary shall be restored to its rightful state." For how long, beloved? How long will truth be trampled? How long will sanctuary be overthrown? How long will the little horn prosper? And the answer comes, there is a limit, a specific number of days, and then restoration. Then the sanctuary returned to its rightful state. Then the trampling ended and holiness restored. When I, Daniel, had seen the vision, I sought to understand it, and behold, there stood before me one having the appearance of a man, and I heard a man's voice between the banks of the Ulai, and it called, Gabriel, make this man understand the vision. An angel is sent to help Daniel understand. Beloved, Gabriel comes near, and Daniel falls on his face in fear. But he said to me, Understand, O Son of Man, that the vision is for the time of the end. What Daniel sees is not just about his immediate future, but about patterns that will repeat, about the way pride always rises and always falls, about how every little horn that exalts itself will eventually be broken. And then comes the reassurance that matters most. He said, Behold, I will make known to you what shall be at the latter end of the indignation, for it refers to the appointed time of the end, and in the latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors have reached their limit, a king of bold face, one who understands riddles, shall arise. His power shall be great, but not by his own power, and he shall cause fearful destruction, and shall succeed in what he does, and destroy mighty men and the people who are the saints. By his cunning he shall make deceit prosper under his hand, and in his own mind he shall become great. Without warning he shall destroy many, and he shall even rise up against the Prince of Princes, and he shall be broken, but by no human hand. He shall be broken, beloved, not by human hand, but by divine intervention. The little horn that exalts itself, the king of bold face who rises against the Prince of Princes, will be shattered, not by armies, not by political maneuvering, not by human resistance, but by God Himself, who allows pride to reach its limit and then breaks it without human help. And here, dear friend, as your breathing deepens and your body begins to settle toward sleep, let the pattern Daniel sees speak peace into your worry about powers that seem to prosper through lies, leaders who trample truth, systems that overthrow what is holy. There is a limit. There is an appointed time. There is a moment when transgressors reach their end and God acts to restore what has been trampled. You do not have to fear the little horns, beloved. You do not have to despair when truth is thrown to the ground. You do not have to believe that those who rise against the Prince of Princes will stand forever, because God has set limits. God has appointed times. God has determined how long the sanctuary will be trampled before it is restored to its rightful state. Every ram that charges unstoppable will meet its goat. Every goat that becomes exceedingly great will have its horn broken. Every little horn that exalts itself will be shattered by no human hand. The pattern repeats through history, and it always ends the same way pride falls. Truth rises, sanctuary is restored, and those who waited faithfully are vindicated. So rest tonight, knowing that the trampling has a time limit. The lies will not prosper forever. The sanctuary will be restored, and the Prince of Princes, against whom arrogance dares to rise, will break every power that opposes him, not by human hand, but by his own divine authority that cannot be resisted. Now let your body become completely still. Dear friend, let every muscle soften and release. We come now to one of the most healing passages in all of Daniel, a moment when this faithful man, after receiving visions of empires and horns and beasts, does the most human and beautiful thing he prays. Not a proud prayer, not a demanding prayer, but a prayer of deep repentance, of honest confession, of pleading for mercy on behalf of a people who do not deserve it but desperately need it. In the first year of Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, by descent a Mede, who was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans in the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, perceived in the books the number of years that, according to the word of the Lord to Jeremiah the prophet, must pass before the end of the desolations of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. Daniel is reading scripture, beloved, reading the prophet Jeremiah, and he discovers that 70 years have been appointed for Jerusalem's desolation, and those 70 years are nearly complete. Hope stirs in his heart. The exile is almost over. The return is approaching. But instead of assuming that God will act automatically, Daniel does something beautiful. He prays, "Then I turned my face to the Lord God, seeking him by prayer and pleas for mercy with fasting and sackcloth and ashes." He fasts. He wears sackcloth. He sits in ashes. Not because God needs these outward signs, but because Daniel's heart needs to express its grief, its longing, its desperate awareness of how much mercy is needed. And then he begins to pray, and what pours out is one of the most honest, beautiful prayers of confession in all of Scripture. I prayed to the Lord my God and made confession, saying, O Lord, the great and awesome God, who keeps covenant and steadfast love with those who love him and keep his commandments. We have sinned and done wrong and acted wickedly and rebelled, turning aside from your commandments and rules. Notice how he begins. Dear friend, not with what others have done, not with how he has been wronged, but with confession. We have sinned. We have done wrong. We have acted wickedly. We have rebelled. He includes himself in the guilt, takes responsibility as part of the people, acknowledges that exile did not happen without reason. We have not listened to your servants the prophets, who spoke in your name to our kings, our princes, and our fathers, and to all the people of the land. To you, O Lord, belongs righteousness, but to us open shame, as at this day, to the men of Judah, to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and to all Israel, those who are near and those who are far away, in all the lands to which you have driven them, because of the treachery that they have committed against you. To you belongs righteousness, beloved. To us belongs shame. You are right. We are wrong. You are holy. We have sinned. You warned us through prophets. We did not listen. Everything that has happened, we brought upon ourselves through treachery against you. O Lord, to us belongs open shame, to our kings, to our princes, and to our fathers, because we have sinned against you. To the Lord our God belong mercy and forgiveness. For we have rebelled against him, and have not obeyed the voice of the Lord our God by walking in his laws, which he set before us by his servants the prophets. Can you hear the beauty in this, dear friend? Even while confessing sin, even while acknowledging shame, Daniel returns again and again to who God is. To the Lord our God belong mercy and forgiveness, not because we deserve it, not because we earned it, but because that is who he is, what belongs to his nature, what flows from his character. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. And the curse and oath that are written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us, because we have sinned against him. He has confirmed his words, which he spoke against us and against our rulers who ruled us, by bringing upon us a great calamity. For under the whole heaven there has not been done anything like what has been done against Jerusalem. God kept his word. Beloved, the warnings were real. The consequences came exactly as promised. Everything written in the law happened, not because God was cruel, but because he was truthful, because he had warned clearly and the warning was ignored. As it is written in the law of Moses, all this calamity has come upon us, yet we have not entreated the favor of the Lord our God, turning from our iniquities and gaining insight by your truth. Therefore, the Lord has kept ready the calamity and has brought it upon us. For the Lord our God is righteous in all the works that he has done, and we have not obeyed his voice. You are righteous in what you have done. Daniel prays. We cannot blame you for consequences we chose. We cannot accuse you of injustice when you did exactly what you said you would do. The fault is ours. The sin is ours. The rebellion is ours. And then, beloved, after this honest confession, after this complete taking of responsibility, Daniel turns to pleading for mercy. And now, O Lord our God, who brought your people out of the land of Egypt with a mighty hand, and have made a name for yourself, as at this day, we have sinned, we have done wickedly. O Lord, according to all your righteous acts. Let your anger and your wrath turn away from your city Jerusalem, your holy hill, because for our sins and for the iniquities of our fathers, Jerusalem and your people have become a byword among all who are around us. Let your anger turn away. He prays gently, not because we deserve it, not because we have earned forgiveness, but according to all your righteous acts, according to who you have always been, according to the mercy that belongs to your nature. Now therefore, O our God, listen to the prayer of your servant and to his pleas for mercy, and for your own sake, O Lord, make your face to shine upon your sanctuary, which is desolate. O my God, incline your ear and hear. Open your eyes and see our desolations, and the city that is called by your name. For we do not present our pleas before you because of our righteousness, but because of your great mercy. For your own sake, beloved, for your great mercy, not for ours. We have no righteousness to plead. We have no merit to claim. We come empty-handed, broken-hearted, hoping only in your mercy, trusting only in your character, believing only that you are who you have always said you are. O Lord, hear. O Lord, forgive. O Lord, pay attention and act. Delay not, for your own sake, O my God, because your city and your people are called by your name. 4 times he says, O Lord, in this final plea, dear friend, hear, forgive, pay attention, act, delay not. This is desperate prayer, honest prayer, prayer that knows it has no claim except mercy and no hope except God's character. And God answers, Beloved, immediately, even while Daniel is still praying, while I was speaking and praying, confessing my sin and the sin of my people Israel, and presenting my plea before the Lord my God for the holy hill of my God. While I was speaking in prayer, the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision at the first, came to me in swift flight at the time of the evening sacrifice. Gabriel comes swiftly to Daniel, not to rebuke, but to give understanding, not to condemn, but to reveal God's plan. He made me understand, speaking with me and saying, O Daniel, I have now come out to give you insight and understanding. At the beginning of your pleas for mercy, a word went out, and I have come to tell it to you, for you are greatly loved. Therefore consider the word and understand the vision. You are greatly loved, beloved. Those words are for you too. The moment you turn to God in honest confession, the moment you pour out your heart in repentance, the moment you plead for mercy, knowing you do not deserve it, you are heard, you are loved, and God moves to answer, to give understanding, to reveal hope. 70 weeks are decreed about your people and your holy city, to finish the transgression, to put an end to sin, and to atone for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal both vision and prophet, and to anoint a most holy place. 70 weeks, dear friend. Not just 70 years, but 70 weeks of years. A fullness of time in which God will finish transgression, put an end to sin, atone for iniquity, bring everlasting righteousness. What Daniel longs for will come, not immediately but certainly, not in his timing, but in God's perfect timing. And here, beloved, as sleep draws very near, as your eyes grow heavy and your thoughts begin to blur, let Daniel's prayer speak healing into any place in your heart that has been afraid to confess, afraid to admit sin, afraid to come to God with empty hands and a broken spirit. God honors honest confession. He receives desperate prayers. He responds to those who come not claiming righteousness, but pleading mercy. You do not have to clean yourself up before you pray. You do not have to fix everything before you come. You do not have to pretend you are better than you are. Come like Daniel came, with fasting and sackcloth and ashes, with honest confession and desperate pleading, with acknowledgement that to God belongs righteousness and to you belongs shame, but also with faith that to the Lord your God belong mercy and forgiveness. And when you pray that way, beloved, when you pour out your heart in honest repentance, God hears, God loves, God answers, not always immediately, not always in the way you expect, but always in His perfect timing, always according to His righteous character, always bringing about what He has planned from the beginning. So rest tonight, knowing that your confession is heard. Your prayers are loved. Your desperate pleas for mercy are received by the one who delights to show mercy, who keeps covenant with those who turn to Him, who has decreed times and seasons that will accomplish everything needed to finish transgression and bring in everlasting righteousness. Sleep now in that mercy. Rest in that love. Trust in that plan that is already unfolding, already moving toward completion, already bringing you from exile toward home. Amen. In the 3rd year of Cyrus, king of Persia, a word was revealed to Daniel, who was named Belteshazzar. And the word was true, and it was a great conflict. And he understood the word, and had understanding of the vision. Daniel is very old now, dear friend, probably over 90. He has lived through the entire exile, has seen empires rise and fall, has remained faithful through regime after regime, and still God speaks to him. Still visions come. Still truth is revealed even to one whose earthly journey is nearly complete. In those days, I, Daniel, was mourning for 3 weeks. I ate no delicacies, No meat or wine entered my mouth, nor did I anoint myself at all for the full 3 weeks. Daniel is fasting, beloved, but not the dramatic total fast where nothing is consumed. He is eating simple food, abstaining from delicacies and meat and wine, denying himself comfort and pleasure in order to focus his heart on seeking God. For 3 full weeks he continues this way, mourning, praying, waiting for understanding. On the 24th day of the 1st month, as I was standing on the bank of the great river, that is, the Tigris, I lifted up my eyes and looked, and behold, a man clothed in linen, with a belt of fine gold from Uphaz around his waist. His body was like beryl, his face like the appearance of lightning, his eyes like flaming torches, his arms and legs like the gleam of burnished bronze, and the sound of his words like the sound of a multitude. An angel appears. Dear friend, glorious and overwhelming, clothed in light, shining like lightning, speaking with a voice like many waters. And the effect on Daniel is immediate and total. And I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, for the men who were with me did not see the vision, but a great trembling fell upon them, and they fled to hide themselves. So I was left alone, and saw this great vision, and no strength was left in me. My radiant appearance was fearfully changed, and I retained no strength. Even those with Daniel sense something, though they cannot see what he sees. They flee in fear. And Daniel, who has faced kings without trembling, who stood calm before lions, who has walked through fire and exile with steady faith, falls before this heavenly messenger without strength. His appearance changed by the overwhelming holiness of what stands before him. Then I heard the sound of his words, and as I heard the sound of his words, I fell on my face in deep sleep with my face to the ground. He cannot even remain conscious. Beloved, the glory is too much, the presence too overwhelming. He falls into something like sleep, face to the ground, unable to do anything but surrender completely. And behold, a hand touched me and set me trembling on my hands and knees. And he said to me, O Daniel, man greatly loved, understand the words that I speak to you, and stand upright, for now I have been sent to you. And when he had spoken this word to me, I stood up trembling. A hand touches him gently. Beloved, sets him on his hands and knees, calls him greatly loved, tells him to stand up. The angel does not condemn his weakness, but strengthens it, does not rebuke his falling, but lifts him up, does not shame his trembling, but speaks tenderly to it. Then he said to me, Fear not, Daniel, For from the first day that you set your heart to understand and humbled yourself before your God, your words have been heard, and I have come because of your words. From the first day, dear friend, from the very first day, Daniel began to fast and pray. 3 weeks earlier, his words were heard. Heaven responded immediately. The angel was sent. But then comes the explanation for the delay, the glimpse into invisible warfare that helps us understand why answered prayers sometimes take time to arrive. The prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days, but Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, for I was left there with the kings of Persia. 21 days, beloved, 3 weeks, the exact time Daniel has been fasting and praying. The angel was sent immediately, but spiritual forces opposed his coming, delayed his arrival, fought against the message getting through. And only when Michael, a great archangel, came to help could the angel break through to bring the answer to Daniel. Let your breathing slow even more now, dear friend, as the weight of what we are hearing settles gently into your heart. When you pray and the answer seems delayed, when you fast and heaven seems silent, when you seek God and nothing appears to happen, it is not because God has not heard. It is not because your prayers do not matter. It is not because heaven is ignoring you. From the first day you set your heart to seek Him, beloved, your words are heard. The response is sent. But there are forces we cannot see working against answers getting through. Spiritual battles being fought in realms beyond our perception. Invisible resistance that must be overcome before what heaven has already decreed can break through to reach us. And in the midst of that battle, your prayers matter more than you know. Daniel's continued fasting, his persistent seeking, his refusal to give up even when 3 weeks passed without visible answer. All of this mattered in the spiritual realm. His faithfulness sustained him until the breakthrough came. His trust held steady until the angel could finally reach him with the message already sent. And he came to make you understand what is to happen to your people in the latter days, for the vision is for days yet to come. The angel has come to give understanding, to reveal what is coming, to help Daniel see beyond his own lifetime into the purposes of God that stretch across centuries. And then something tender happens. When he had spoken to me according to these words, I turned my face toward the ground and was mute. And behold, one in the likeness of the children of man touched my lips. Then I opened my mouth and spoke. I said to him who stood before me, O my Lord, by reason of the vision pains have come upon me, and I retain no strength. How can my Lord's servant talk with my Lord, for now no strength remains in me, and no breath is left in me. Daniel is honest about his weakness. Beloved, He does not pretend to be strong. He admits that the vision has overwhelmed him, that he has no strength left, that he can barely breathe or speak. And watch how the angel responds to this honest confession of human frailty. Again, one having the appearance of a man touched me and strengthened me. And he said, O man greatly loved, fear not. Peace be with you. Be strong and of good courage. And as he spoke to me, I was strengthened and said, Let my Lord speak, for you have strengthened me. The angel touches him again. Beloved, strengthens him, speaks peace over him, calls him greatly loved, tells him not to fear, encourages him to be strong. And Daniel receives this strengthening, finds courage rising where there was only weakness, discovers that he can continue, can listen, can receive what God wants to give him. And here, dear friend, as your body begins to settle deeper into rest, let what happened to Daniel speak to your own weariness, your own sense of being overwhelmed, your own feeling that you have no strength left for what you are facing. God knows your weakness. He sees your trembling. He understands that sometimes the glory, the battle, the weight of what is happening is more than you can bear in your own strength. And He does not condemn you for it. He sends angels to touch you. He speaks peace over you. He calls you greatly loved. He strengthens you when you have nothing left. He meets your honest confession of weakness with tender ministration, with gentle encouragement, with the exact help you need to continue. So rest tonight, knowing that your prayers are heard from the first day you pray them, that angels are sent in response even when opposition delays their arrival, that invisible battles are being fought on your behalf even when you see nothing happening, that you are greatly loved even in your weakness, that peace is being spoken over you even in your trembling, that strength is coming to meet your exhaustion in ways you cannot yet perceive but will surely experience when the breakthrough finally comes. Let your shoulders drop even lower now, beloved. Feel any remaining tension flowing out like water, gentle and complete. The angel begins to speak to Daniel about what is coming. Kings and kingdoms and conflicts stretching across centuries. And what unfolds might at first seem overwhelming in its detail, difficult to follow in its complexity. But beneath all the specific prophecies about particular rulers and battles, one simple truth shines clear. Empires rise and empires fall. Powers come and powers go. But God's purposes continue steadily through it all. Behold, 3 more kings shall arise in Persia, and a 4th shall be far richer than all of them. And when he has become strong through his riches, he shall stir up all against the kingdom of Greece. Kings rise in Persia, beloved, one after another, each thinking they will establish something permanent, each gathering riches and power. And then Greece comes, and everything changes. Then a mighty king shall arise, who shall rule with great dominion and do as he wills. And as soon as he has arisen, his kingdom shall be broken and divided toward the four winds of heaven, but not to his posterity, nor according to the authority with which he ruled. For his kingdom shall be plucked up and go to others besides these. A mighty king arises, dear friend. Alexander, ruling with great dominion, doing as he wills, seeming invincible. And then, at the height of his power, his kingdom is broken, divided among four generals, given not to his children, but to others. All that glory, all that conquest, all that seemingly permanent power, fragments and passes to hands that were not meant to hold it. And then the prophecy continues with details about the king of the south and the king of the north, about alliances and betrayals, about daughters given in marriage for political advantage and then rejected, about armies moving back and forth across lands that never know lasting peace. Forces from him shall appear and profane the temple and fortress, and shall take away the regular burnt offering. And they shall set up the abomination that makes desolate. Sanctuary is profaned. Beloved, worship is stopped. Something abominable is set up in the holy place. And for a season, it looks like evil has triumphed, like power has successfully overthrown what is sacred, like darkness has extinguished light. But then comes a word of hope for those who remain faithful. But the people who know their God shall stand firm and take action. And the wise among the people shall make many understand. Though for some days they shall stumble by sword and flame, by captivity and plunder. The people who know their God shall stand firm, dear friend, not because they are strong in themselves, not because circumstances favor them, not because standing firm is easy or safe, but simply because they know their God, and knowing Him gives them roots that go down deep enough to hold steady when everything else is shaking. When they stumble, they shall receive a little help, and many shall join themselves to them with flattery. And some of the wise shall stumble, so that they may be refined, purified, and made white until the time of the end. For it still awaits the appointed time. Even the wise stumble. Beloved, even those who stand firm face trials. Even the faithful experience suffering. But suffering has purpose. Stumbling leads to refining. Difficulty purifies. Pressure makes white what was stained. All of it is moving toward an appointed time, a moment when everything will be made right, when all this warfare and struggle and rising and falling of kingdoms will finally come to its conclusion. And the king shall do as he wills. He shall exalt himself and magnify himself above every god, and shall speak astonishing things against the God of gods. He shall prosper till the indignation is accomplished, for what is decreed shall be done. Another king rises, dear friend, exalting himself, magnifying himself above every god, speaking astonishing things against the Most High. And for a season he prospers. For a time it looks like arrogance succeeds. But there is a limit. The indignation will be accomplished. What is decreed shall be done. And then, like every king before him, like every power that claimed more than it should, he will fall. He shall come to his end, with none to help him. 5 simple words, beloved, that summarize the fate of every earthly power that exalts itself against God. He shall come to his end. Not maybe, not possibly, but certainly, inevitably, absolutely, with none to help him. All the armies, all the wealth, all the alliances, all the power accumulated cannot prevent the end that is decreed. And here, dear friend, as your breathing deepens and your body begins to soften toward sleep, let the pattern Daniel sees speak peace into your anxiety about powers that seem invincible, rulers who speak astonishing things against God, kingdoms that prosper while doing evil. They are all temporary, every single one, no matter how strong they seem, no matter how long they last, no matter how permanent they appear. 3 more kings in Persia, then a mighty king in Greece, then kings of the north and south fighting endlessly, then a king who exalts himself above every god, one after another, rising and falling, prospering for a season, and then coming to their end. The pattern repeats. The empires pass, the powers fade, and through it all, steadily, quietly, certainly, God's purposes move forward toward the appointed time when everything will be made right. You do not have to fear the kings, beloved. You do not have to despair over rulers who exalt themselves. You do not have to believe that what is now will always be, because you know your God. And knowing Him means you can stand firm while empires rise and fall around you, can remain faithful while kingdoms come and go, can trust steadily that every power that opposes Him will come to its end with none to help it. Now let your body become completely still. Dear friend, let every muscle soften and release. We have come to the final words given to Daniel, the last vision, the concluding promise. And what we will hear is the most beautiful lullaby in all of Scripture, the gentlest invitation to rest that has ever been spoken. Words that have comforted countless weary saints as they approached the end of their own journeys and wondered what lay beyond. At that time shall arise Michael, the great prince who has charge of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never has been since there was a nation till that time. But at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone whose name shall be found written in the book. A time of trouble is coming. Beloved, the greatest trouble that has ever been. But deliverance is also coming for everyone whose name is written in the book. Not everyone will escape the trouble. Not everyone will avoid the difficulty. But everyone whose name is written will be delivered, not abandoned, not forgotten, not left to face the darkness alone. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the sky above, and those who turn many to righteousness, like the stars forever and ever. The dead will wake, dear friend. Those who sleep in the dust will rise, and those who were wise, who remained faithful, who helped others find righteousness, they will shine, not for a moment, not for a season, but forever and ever, like stars that never fade, like brightness that never dims, like light that endures when everything else has passed away. But you, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. The vision is sealed for now. Beloved, the understanding will come later. Many will search. Knowledge will grow. But for now, the words are shut up, kept safe until the appointed time when they will be needed, when they will be understood, when they will bring comfort and clarity to those who need them most. And then Daniel sees something else. Then I, Daniel, looked, and behold, two others stood, one on this bank of the stream, and one on that bank of the stream. And someone said to the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the stream, "How long shall it be till the end of these wonders?" How long, dear friend? How long until the trouble ends? How long until deliverance comes? How long until the promises are fulfilled? It is the question every weary heart asks, the cry of every soul that has been faithful for so long and longs to see the end, the hope of everyone who wonders if they can continue, if they can hold on, if they can remain true until the appointed time. And I heard the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the stream. He raised his right hand and his left hand toward heaven, and swore by him who lives forever that it would be for a time, times, and half a time, and that when the shattering of the power of the holy people comes to an end, all these things would be finished. There is a time appointed, beloved, specific, decreed, sealed with an oath sworn by the one who lives forever. The trouble will last for a season. The shattering will continue for a time, but it will come to an end. All these things will be finished. Nothing lasts forever except God Himself and those who belong to Him. Everything else, even the worst tribulation, has a limit set by heaven. I heard, but I did not understand. Then I said, "O my Lord, what shall be the outcome of these things?" He said, "Go your way, Daniel, for the words are shut up and sealed until the time of the end." Daniel wants to understand more. Beloved, wants to know the details, wants to see how it all works out. But the angel gives him a different answer. Not more information, not detailed explanation, not a roadmap showing every step. Just this: go your way. Live your life. Walk your path. Trust what you have been told, even without understanding all the details. Many shall purify themselves and make themselves white and be refined. But the wicked shall act wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand. But those who are wise shall understand. The refining will continue. Dear friend, the purifying will go on. Some will grow wiser. Some will remain wicked. Some will understand. Some will refuse to see. But through it all, those who are wise, those who know their God, those who remain faithful, they will have understanding enough. Not perfect knowledge, not complete clarity, but wisdom sufficient for the journey, light enough for the next step, trust strong enough to hold steady. And from the time that the regular burnt offering is taken away, and the abomination that makes desolate is set up, there shall be 290 days. Blessed is he who waits and arrives at the 335 days. Specific numbers. Beloved. Specific times. As if to say, this is not vague or uncertain. This is measured. This is counted. This is known by the one who holds all time in his hands, and blessed is the one who waits, who endures, who arrives at the appointed day, not because waiting is easy, but because the one who waits in faith will see what was promised, will receive what was decreed, will discover that every day of faithfulness mattered. And then come the final words spoken to Daniel, the last instruction given to this faithful man who has walked with God for over 90 years, who has remained true through exile and empire changes and visions and trials. Words that are both conclusion and invitation, both ending and beginning, both farewell and promise. But go your way till the end, and you shall rest and shall stand in your allotted place at the end of the days. Go your way till the end, beloved. Live the life you have been given. Walk the path laid out before you. Continue in faithfulness even without understanding everything. Trust even when you cannot see. Remain true even when the vision is sealed. Go your way, and you shall rest, not as failure, not as giving up, not as defeat, but as completion, as arrival, as having run the race and finished the course and kept the faith. You shall rest. Daniel, your work is done. Your faithfulness is complete. Your journey is ending. And rest, sweet rest, is waiting. And you shall stand in your allotted place at the end of the days. This is not final rest, but interim rest. Not permanent ending, but temporary sleep before resurrection. You will rest now, but you will stand again. You will sleep for a season, but you will wake. You will close your eyes in death, but you will open them in everlasting life. And when you do, you will stand in the place that has been allotted to you, appointed for you, prepared for you from the foundation of the world. Let your breathing slow to almost nothing now, dear friend. Let your body sink completely into the comfort beneath you. Let your heart, which has been holding so much, finally soften and release. We have walked through Daniel's entire life together, from the young man who chose vegetables over the king's delicacies to the old man receiving final visions, from exile in Babylon to prophecies stretching to the end of days, from lions' dens and fiery furnaces to angels and invisible warfare and resurrection promises. And through it all, one truth has shone steadily: faithfulness matters. Praying with windows open matters. Choosing God over safety matters. Standing firm when empires pressure you to bow matters. Continuing when you do not understand matters. Trusting when the answer is delayed matters. Remaining true till the end matters. Because you are greatly loved. Beloved, your prayers are heard from the first day. Angels are sent to strengthen you. Your name is written in the book. A place is allotted for you at the end of days. And when your journey is complete, when you have gone your way till the end, you will rest, and then you will stand, and you will shine like the brightness of the sky, like the stars forever and ever, because you remained faithful, because you knew your God, because you chose wisely even when wisdom cost you everything. So sleep now, precious child, the way Daniel sleeps after his long, faithful journey. Sleep knowing that your rest is not defeat, but completion, not ending, but transition, not loss, but arrival at the place prepared for you. Sleep without fear of what tomorrow brings. because empires rise and fall, but God's purposes stand firm. Sleep without anxiety about tribulations to come, because a time is appointed, and when the shattering ends, all things will be finished. Sleep without worry about whether you can continue, because the one who strengthens is with you, touching you, speaking peace over you, calling you greatly loved. Go your way till the end. Dear one, live faithfully, love deeply, pray continually, stand firm, shine brightly, and know that when your end comes, as it will come to us all, rest is waiting. Beautiful, peaceful, holy rest. And after rest, standing in your allotted place. And after standing, shining like stars forever. This is the promise given to Daniel. This is the hope held out to all who remain faithful. This is the final word spoken over everyone who walks with God through exile and empire, through trials and tribulations, through visions sealed and answers delayed. Go your way till the end. You shall rest. You shall stand. You shall shine. Forever and ever and ever. Sleep now in that promise, beloved. Rest deeply in that hope. Wake tomorrow knowing that another day of faithfulness brings you closer to the end, closer to the rest, closer to the standing in your allotted place, and live each day, each moment, each breath, as Daniel lived with windows open toward home, with knees bent in prayer, with heart trusting the God who sees, who hears, who loves, who strengthens, who keeps, who saves. The Lord is with you. Angels attend you. Your name is written. Your place is prepared. Your rest is assured. And your shining will never end. Go your way now into sleep, dear child. You are held. You are loved. You are His. Forever. Amen.